Yes, sir. A special one with the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South Bend.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you just spoon you well know. The children crying for starvation, just don't just smoke. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't just smoke. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't just smoke. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't just smoke. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't just smoke. Yeah, don't just smoke. Yeah, don't just smoke. You from Bonjama, Maryland, don't just smoke. Yeah, don't just smoke. If you eat get found crazy like my brother, don't just smoke. You got a small TV, you got a small radio, don't just smoke. Yeah, don't just smoke. You want to get a news update, don't just smoke. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you yes, what you yes,
Yes, I, a special one with the CEO, stand coming with the spoon, and your boy right at the South Bend.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't just spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't just spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't just spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't just spoon. Yeah, don't just spoon. Yeah, don't just spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, don't just spoon. Yeah, don't just spoon. If you eat get found crazy like my brother, don't just spoon. You got a small TV, you got a small radio, don't just spoon. Yeah, don't just spoon. You want to get a news update, don't just spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, Yes, but you got it.
Yes, I. A special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South Bend.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you just spoon you and no. The children crying for starvation, just don't just spoon.
Okay, folks, I'd like to welcome you. Thanks for joining us tonight. This is Liberia's #1 talk show on radio and online. This is Spoon Talk. We are live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1. Thanks to our partner radio stations. Thanks to the Voice of Liberia 104.1 in Monrovia, in Margibi, in Grand Bazaar, and in Lofa counties for relaying the program. Thanks to our affiliate stations as well, talking about Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bonk, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalamani, Seklipi, Nimba County, and a host of other radio stations across the country for always relaying the program. Spoon Talk is live across social media. We're on Facebook. You can find us on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV. We are also on YouTube, and our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. So thanks for joining us tonight. Let me welcome all of you engaging already in the comment section. Just keep sharing the program as you join us tonight on this edition of Spoon Talk. And I want to say thanks for joining us. My name is Nelson Collier. We're going to go to the phone lines and hear from you, as we always do. The first segment of Spoon Talk dedicated to you, the listeners, the viewers, those of you who follow the program, to say exactly what that issue is as of concern to you. So the What's on Your Mind segment is what introduces or what opens the program, and that gives a voice, turns the platform over to you, our ardent followers, our viewers, our listeners, to be able to say exactly what your thoughts are on the trending national issues in the country. So welcome tonight. We're going to go straight to the phone lines and take your calls now. 0555-101075 is the number to call. 0555-101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the program. Let's take our very first call tonight on Spoon Talk. Let's see if we can make the adjustment. This person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Shokom.
Yeah, what's on your mind, sir? Let's hear you.
Yeah, I mind about the corruption that's going on in this country. Yes. Look, My brother, we're talking about development. We're talking about building schools. We're talking about building hospitals. No chairs at government school. People corrupting the country every day and night. Waka came in the name of fighting corruption. I know that the saying of the United Party people, because the first senator of United Party, he said that corruption was vampire. And yet instead, corruption still going on. And people were put on the poll for corruption. But yet instead, corruption still going on. We suffer into a barrel too much.
All right.
It will come a time when the citizens of this country will get tired, will get into the street for the corruption business.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. Let's take another person. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you. Yes, sir. Jones, it's good to have you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, Nelson, my attention went June to yesterday conversation on Spoon Net Show.
Okay.
You know, I'm so disappointed. This president, important president, Joseph Human Porter, as vice president for 12 years, the group of Sonny Second was right under his leadership. You know, this president, I'll be honest, like his mom was disabled. What did he do? His whole community for 12-0. Then now, president, yesterday, the people took upon the stand, they visually, let me just say, the whole community in general, went to the executive master. They were ignorant of President Boyka. President Boyka, don't sit for that. You cannot settle. You have a very dear person to your heart for that settle. That settle should be dear to your heart. And all us who join that settle.
Thank you.
Those are being prayed for.
Thank you very much, Jones. Let me hold you there. You know, when we say thank you, then it means that, you know, your time is up. But I see the CEO has joined us. CEO, can you hear me? Okay. Council, good evening, sir.
Good evening, my dear brother Nelson. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing well. It's good to see you. It's good that we're here. Someone said the counselor is always on time. You know, he comes from the very start of the show, and a true representation of the centrist movement. You know, is on the Spoon Talk.
Thank you, Nelson. I try to be on time. I think it's part of our own orientation. So once I spoke with CEO, he told me from the beginning, this is the time you join. So sometimes I will come out, be in the back observing until enjoying the song that normally introduces the show. But I try to be on time. But I also love the interaction too as well. So I look forward to it. And the fact that we're talking Liberia, talking about how we can make things better, even if sometimes we slip in the conversations. So, yeah. But thank you too for all that you do.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I saw the CEO was on not too long. It's like he's making some adjustments in the background. He's going to join us shortly. But I think with that, I can keep taking a few more calls while we get him to join us here shortly. Let me.
Sure.
Okay. All right. I see.
What happened? As you trying to run?
No, I was trying to take a few more calls.
You were still adjusting things.
Hey, people will be adjusting. He was so far asleep. They make him sleep. They begin to wake up late and go to bed early. He was so far asleep. Seriously. Why?
No,
you hear me say, Nelson, where are you? Nelson, where are you? The man refused to go to the Senate today. We had a big confirmation hearing on Sam Stikwa, the chief of staff, and other folks. We don't know what Nelson, where are you? Nelson was sleeping. Nelson ain't got no secret. I would tell the Liberian people what you can do to us. Because of you, they put them in follow that confirmation hearing. Because of you. Wait. Cairo, we saw discussing in house, man. We saw discussing in house.
Nah.
But already you get secret. You really put it in the also.
You know, all the time we're not discussing your hustle, man. That's my own law. We're not discussing your hustle many times, man. It's not about it, according to code. But anyway, man, Titi will do what I want. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to say thank you for joining us. Please pray for our brother Nelson. He shouldn't sleep today. Last night, I guess he was sleeping seriously. I guess he couldn't wake up. I don't know what in that studio can make the guys go to bed. We are where we are today. We want to say thank you for joining us. Let's have fun. Let's discuss the issue. A lot of stuff happening today. Kayo, how you doing, man?
Very well, CEO. Very well. Man can't talk all, but at least there's life, and we're moving on gradually. So we're grateful for that. Yeah, taking it easy, one day at a time.
Philip said it doesn't look good when you appear early. Well, but people just don't like you. Most people don't like you. You come early to complain. You come late. You talk about century. You talk about what's going on, Kayo?
I don't know. I mean, like sometimes I can be quite a polarizing figure. But those who know me find that I'm a very approachable, easily likable person. Don't mind all the vim and vigor when I'm approaching those issues. Afterwards, I'm just chilled. So at times, when you come across like that, people are like, what kind of guy is that? Until they get to see the other side. So,
yeah, but I embrace people. You're right. People will say, "Oh, Stanton, you don't do." Listen, Karen, people don't know me. We, you know, because the issue is that you got to try to be fair and balanced. You got to discuss issues that go into the mind and soul of the Liberian people. You got to discuss the bread and butter issue. You got to hold these people accountable. Government official is because of the Liberian people, they are where they are today. So we got to hold them accountable. We got to squeeze them. We got to be for and against. We got to be in the middle also. Not like your middle, the century middle. I don't believe in your centrism because your middle is 40. Your middle got flawed. Nelson, the kind of say he's century, right? But his century is leaning. Wait. CDC that right and Unity Party that right? I mean, which position? Unity Party left or right? Which one?
I don't even know, like whether we got our classification, but I think they're just two extremes. Whether Unity Party is left,
but the Republican are right or left, something like that. And the other
the Republican are right. They're right.
Yeah, and Democrat left. So what was CDC now? I mean, CDC and Unity Party left, right, but which one?
I think the centrism movement is the only movement that's defined by ideology now. I mean, for Unity Party is one side, CDC one side. But let's ask the ideology. Ours is an ideology that is very clear. So we're there. We're more around collaboration.
Let leave your party alone because your party got only 3 members. You, Alexander Bidel, and another person. But man,
what?
You CEO? And his name is Alexander Bidel. That's his name, right?
Wow. Who is Alexander Bidel?
One of the guys that's supporting you, he's your deputy. What's his name?
No, there are lots of people. No. Our executive steering committee is comprised of 11 serious individuals. 11.
So you guys are 11.
Our secretary is comprised of 20 persons.
I said the guy said 3. The guy said 11.
CEO,
man,
we are rapidly growing.
Man, listen, you know who you remind me of? You remind me of my man Emmanuel Gongwe, the EFML. I like that guy. But the guy is, and I want people to tell him that I'm talking about him, right? Emmanuel Gongwe, you cannot be for and against at the same time. You got to take a position. You cannot be for, and listen, you cannot serve 2 masters at the same time. Ladies and gentlemen, share the show. We are on Spoon Talk. You cannot serve 2 masters at the same time. You cannot be for CDC and Unity Party, or you cannot be for opposition and imposition. Make up your mind. A political leader asked me today, not a political leader, the guy was running in one of these counties. I don't want to call it county, right? The guy said, Stanton, I will call the guy name, my man. No, I'm not calling his name because he said he will come on the show. Should I call his name? He call his name.
Well, Megan to all.
No, but that member, my man, he said, I will come on the show. I said, why you coming on the show? He said, I won't give you a breaking news. So I'm happy because I love the news, Kyle. He said, I want to be
Of
endorsed
course.
in a political party. I said, you want to do what? He said, I want to endorse. I'm joining a political party. There's a man that ran as an independent most recently. And I think he's listening though. He ran as an independent most recently. And he said he want to endorse a political party. Kyle, who does that? Tell me. Today, 2025.
Well,
Will you endorse any political party today as a serious-minded politician?
well, what I can tell you, I mean, from my own personal perspective as a centrist, is that I can endorse the leadership of the country, which I've done. I've endorsed the president, and I support the president. Now, this guy, I don't know, maybe he doesn't have an ideology, maybe he's not associated with a party,
Well,
and
he's an
therefore he
independent.
wants to join one.
No, listen, Kyle. He's an independent. You say now you support President Bouakar's agenda. That's the reason why we brought President Bouakar to power, right? But for you to say,
Yeah.
I support him and I pledge my allegiance to Unity Party, I don't think you would do that. Am I correct?
No, I support President Bouakar. I'm not a unity partisan. It's
Okay,
clear. But
so
I
you
support
would
President
say-
Bouakar.
I agree now, but this guy is saying, I'm going to have a big program and announce that I'm supporting. And I asked him, I said, which party? Guess which party you say you're going to endorse today? Guess which party?
CDC.
No.
He not endorsing CDC?
No, he's not. He said CDC. I will call the guy name. If you're forced me, I will call the guy name. I talked to him today. Yeah, they're pressing me up.
Yeah, when I get it, breaking news.
You forced me, I will call the guy name. Not to be frank, I really want to call the guy name. I really want to call his name. The man said he will be, yeah. Before I call the party, he will endorse, right? This is what he told me. Imagine I took up my working time for almost 49 minutes talking to this guy. Then the guy ended, he said, but Stanton, advise me what you think. I said, I'm gonna give you free advice. He said, listen, I beg you, advise me. I said, okay, I will advise you. But tell me which party you want to join. He said, I want to join Unity Party. I said, why you want to join Unity Party? He said, Stanton, to get anything done in this country, you got to be on Unity Partisan for now. So I said, you see, that's your problem. Then that's why you end up, that's why they beat you in the election. Because you are not going there with the mindset you want to change. You're going there to eat. He said, Stanton, how can you say that? I said, my man, listen to me. You came to me. You called me. Let me be frank with you, number one. It's too early for you to endorse any political party. Number two, if you want to do it because of what you can get and you think it's going to, then you are not being sincere to them. So then I asked him, why not CMC? Why not ANC? Why not CDC? Why not any of the other party? And this is why he said that scared me. He said, during the election, here you go. I'm going to say, oh man, I'll call it guy name.
Once you call it, he said.
Okay, so I'm going to say, but I'm not calling name, right?
Yeah, don't call it name, man. Remember,
Yeah,
feedback.
I will not call it name because what happened here is that then maybe CDC people will go after the man. So I will not call the name. But the man says CDC gave him a position statement that they can only support him, like what they did to Paul Kennedy when you were running in Buffalo. Piso said it time, I did to Paul Kennedy that we can only support you if we see you with Joey Banner and you leave Lano. Paul Kennedy said not yet, right? Paul Kennedy want to ask for 12 bundle of zinc to Piso said it time. She said you are not seditious, so we're not giving it to you. No, what I say, God, welcome to the show. We still got time. We got 17 minutes to enjoy ourselves. Allow me to enjoy ourselves. Chief, we have it. We got 17 minutes to enjoy ourselves. My man, we film my story. You're Apple. I can talk behind the man 1 year.
Let me finish his story because I don't want to
let me finish.
when I'm talking. Let him finish.
Yeah, let me finish. Yeah, let me finish, Paul, before you get technical issue. I see that your internet is flittering. Let me finish. So what happened there, guys? You share the show. You tell people you share the show. Let's have fun today. Paul Kennedy of me, right? For me, Paul Kennedy said he went in Piso Senator office at General Ministry. He said, I need 12 bundles of zinc. And I'm surprised carrying by that, right? That Piso can treat Paul Kennedy like that because Paul Kennedy is actually related to Piso. Prior to CDC, the foundation of CDC, they had that long lasting. You know, if you and the person grew up together in the same house, they say that your sister, though that your biological sister, right? That is sitting with Paul Kennedy and Piso. They grew up together in CDC family. So all Paul Kennedy wanted to go ask his sister for 12 bundles of zinc to take it to Bapadu County during his election. But Paul said the thing, don't be scared. Don't be afraid of sedition. So there, the reason why Paul Kennedy cannot support John Managuia is because of the way they treated him. And he put this thing on McGill. Paul Kennedy was sitting in Piso office. I still got a picture. He was sitting in Piso office. Piso said he my sister, and I love Piso Senator. Piso Senator came outside. And look at the coffee and they put liquor in the coffee.
So,
let me finish. You say you allow me to finish. Let me finish. Ladies and gentlemen, everything I say I do, please put it on the coffee. The coffee, there's some kind of thing in it. Piso Senator walked out of her gender ministry office. She told Paul Kennedy, Paul, are you a seditious? Paul said, for Lano. She said, because we never see you doing anything about the president where you want us to help you. Paul got so angry. Paul got so angry. Paul said he walked from there and he never, ever seek help from CDC anymore. And Piso Senator didn't give him the 12 bundles of zinc to take to Bapadu. Those are the contributing factors that led to Paul defeat in Bapadu County. That led to American brutally massacre, politically destroying Paul Kennedy's political life. Because he had no help. Lano couldn't help him. I mean, let's be serious. You cannot do this to your political brother, Paul Kennedy. And this Paul Kennedy used to drive Senator all around Washington, D.C. He thought he had a relationship. But you know, that can't eat their own baby. Who cares? That's my business. They can't
but one thing go to 12.
12 let him down. 12 refused to give him job. 12 refused to call him. When 12 won, 12 of my men, I'm talking about 12. I finished telling 12, so I will not be talking about him. So 12 of my men, let me leave it alone. You try to get me in trouble. 12 of my friend, 12 of my second, 12 every day. Yeah, so I'm not going to talk about 12 on the show, right? I only talk when he going to his court here and here and there. He made me very talk about him, but right now, he making me bad, so let me right now, the man making me bad.
So one of the things were part of lies.
Let me finish, Paul, let me finish. Paul, give me 10 seconds. Paul, give me 10 seconds. Paul, I beg you, Paul, give me 10 seconds. Paul, you know what? I'm not even going to explain the other guy's story because I won't finish it. CDC gave the guy a document to speak against Jeremiah Kuhn. And this is serious. I can call him right now, he can explain it himself. They said, we can only support you if you speak against Jeremiah Kuhn. They gave him what to say. And the man said, no, I won't do it. He said, no. They said, we're not supporting you. So, the CDC is a political party that will actually do for you if you follow the step. You know it, Karen. Nobody can tell you. Before we come to you, let's welcome our folks. We'll give you a chance to speak. My first question, if you like to answer, thank God we get a counselor here. The counselor that have never had any trial cases before, any Kulfu hearing. They may have never, ever. Who
lied to you, Vio? Who lied to you?
Any case, Temple of Justice, or anywhere in Liberia that you have over.
Like the Chelsea account.
That was student telling now. That's it. That's it, you said.
Paul, I'm gonna tell you a story, Paul, at the coffee I'm baking, Paul. When the coffee email like that, I talk to my but sorry, Paul.
No, but you are partially right.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
yeah, don't.
No, hold on 1 minute now. So Paul just agreed with me. I'm partially.
You're partially right. You have some truth in there. You have some false. So
okay.
If you get
so the only thing I was looking at as a propagandist, right? The only thing I was looking for is for you to say I read 5%.
Yeah, no, not even 5%. I'll give you 50% truth.
But the message I read 50%, my case closed. Let's move. Yeah, let's have the show. Let us Fumi. This is what we do. The message I read 50%.
You are correct.
Number one, let's ask you some quick question here.
Anton, you know me. Where there's truth, I will say there's truth.
And I respect you for that.
I will say you know me for that.
But you were there in the office and then you didn't get anything.
Candidate, and that's the reason why, Paul, I beg you not to waste your time and your money in the election in Liberia because you'll never win. You cannot mix Christianity and politics. They 3 and 40 without helping, my friend. So this is bad for you. If you tell me I'm 50% right, get all of Liberia politics. But respect us.
You are right. You are right. 50%. There was a win. There was a wind that broke down about some of the 6 houses in a village called Herringtown. I had gone to the gender ministry to ask them to intervene if there were any available relief services because at that time Mary brought some rice and I wanted them to carry some rice to attend to some of the victims of this wind. I mean, all their houses broke down. And Stanton is right. I actually went to Madame Piso Sedita's office and asked her whether there was any way that the gender ministry could help to intervene in the issue in Bapuru. Because I was carrying used clothing, I was carrying zinc, I was carrying some couple of things. So I wanted them to, see whether they could intervene with food. And Piso asked me, which side I was on, whether I was a citizen and why I was coming to CDC for help. Piso Sedita asked me those questions in her office. And I get out with my butt and I came outside. So Stanton was right on that one. But it was not about zinc. I was not going there to ask her for zinc because I have already bought some zinc. And I've already gotten some used clothing, over 10 bills of used clothing, just to do.
How did that make you feel, bro?
It made me to feel very bad. If anyone else would have asked me about my relationship to CDC, I would take it. But Piso Sedita to ask Paul Kennedy, we saw you on, and I was 2019, 2020, even before the Amakwana election. So it was not about Amakwana election. It was the first time I ran for election in Bapolo. And they questioned me about my loyalty to CDC. As somebody who was a founding member of what became CDC. Yep, Accra Greya asking 2004 August when Alexander Kakula, James Colley, and Samuel D12 reached out to me on the East Coast in Washington and said, Paul, please coordinate our activities in Washington, D.C. From 2004 to 2018, I was supporting CDC. And then Piso questioned me and my loyalty to the party. So from there now, I just knew that they were not serious. That's how I went and tried to get associated with LANU. From that day, I got LANU in my blood. Nobody's going to take it out. Because
allow the guys to comment now.
Come to think about it, I want to be with a party that nobody will question my loyalty to that party. And with LANU now, I am a national executive council member, committee member.
Thank you, Paul. People think I just made up story, right, Kario? You listen to the brother here, right? This is a serious thing. People thought I was just making up story, right, Fubi? But when I received the information, right, I felt bad. But listen to our brother Paul Kennedy, right? A brother to Samatwe, a brother to PC, a political brethren, he was neglected. He was questioned. And he had to make the hard decision. to support a party that couldn't even get 0.0001%.
But Stanton, what even made me invest was I was not taking the thing for myself. I was taking the issue
to the people.
to people who were facing difficulties as a result of disaster.
Yeah.
I wanted to intercede on behalf of people who could not do that for themselves. And for the party that I helped to bring out to be for a leading member of that party to be
Paul is a complete Paul Kennedy. We can put that label right now. He's a complete disenchanted sedition. Kyle. It's a real meaning of disenchanted sedition. That's Paul Kennedy. Nobody can take it from him. The only thing you want to advocate for, I need zinc, I need food, I need something to take to Buffalo for the dying people. And my sister Piso Senita, in whom I'm well pleased, couldn't afford their system. And Paul Kennedy become disenchanted. Kanye, let's hear you. While we wrap this here, let's hear you, Kanye. Let's make a round on this quickly.
Well, I mean, they say, you know, see, you always like to say, you say, I like to tread carefully. I don't know anything. I haven't heard anything. But I always like to be very mindful, especially when it comes to stories that are told or versions or accounts that are given. But I think I want to believe Paul, given the fact that you made the disclosure and he confirmed it with only a little, you know, change in the story, but the essence of the story still doesn't change. But here's what I tell people, CEO. I said, look, do not allow your personal relationships to suffer on account of politics. I've never been that person. My friends are my friends. I don't have to justify them to you. I don't have to clarify them to you. They can come from anywhere. You know, CDC all along. I got plenty of brothers and friends in Unity Party. You know, during my time, whether as campaign spokesperson during the heat of the elections, or during my time, I socialized with all of them everywhere I went there. When it came to my political positions, I took my political position. Sometimes we even go at loggerheads on those positions. But my relationships remain intact. And just because somebody went and criticized, you know, CDC doesn't mean that the relationship that we have must dissipate, or if I can be of help to them, I shouldn't help them because they criticize CDC. That's their political right. And I've always espoused that. But some people, I guess, believe that, you know, where they go, if you don't follow them, then the relationship, you know, has to disintegrate. And life, you know, look at the elections now. It just tells you that you can predict anything that will happen. Yeah, is it? CDC out of power now. Paul Kennedy is still Paul Kennedy. He's still alive, still your brother. You know, so all these things, we got to realize that this country, Liberia, is for all of us. Let's work together. Let's make it a happy place. And let's move the country forward. And that's why I support President Boyka. It's a decent.
We got 3 more minutes before the rest of the crew join us. Folks, share the show. This is Spoon Talk. We got to hear from the Chief Fubi Henry, and we welcome Akaris Moses Gray, Akaris Tedeka, Tombika Moses Gray. We'll welcome him after Fubi. Fubi,
Akaris Tedeka, after he went into opposition.
What is complete disenchanted yet, Fubi?
Yeah, you know, so I tend to stand with Paul also. You know, a lot of guys from the CDC, we were personal friends when they were in the opposition. You know, there are a lot of things that we did personally on the side. Guys that we understood that when anyone went doing taking things, doing rough times, they were not going to do. They will call your phone. When those guys got into government, some of us became enemies to them. Some of us couldn't even say hello. And, you know, so I know a lot of them like that. And there are a few good ones that we maintain our relationship for the politics, but a bunch of them, I saw someone even causing me to make campaign time. You know, so people that you can see that during those days as opposition, they were literally on you. When they think happened, man, my back already, man, my child, man, my this, man, my that. Because of politics, those guys got into power. They took different land, and it's practically so Some of them started me playing campaign. I just look at that and laugh. And so as a Paul story is true because I can confirm it from my own encounter with a lot of them. And I told some of them before, I said, look, politics will come and will go. But the relationship you keep, like Kanye said, is more important than the politics. Because after you leave politics, you will see your friend working in the community. When you're in politics, you will still see your friend around. So plus or minus the politics, keep your relationship. That's the most important thing, that you should be able to walk to your friend's house and say, look, and sit down with your friend and have conversation and even eat. Feel free, have that kind of comfort, regardless of your political side. But a lot of people, they didn't see life from that point. And they will tell you, man, you know how I will fight you. I said, something must be wrong with you. I don't need your, how can we beg you for money? I don't ask you for help. I don't ask you for husband, children's school fee or food money. But just the respect that, because once upon a time you were down and you used to run to me. Now that you are privileged, oh, chief, hello, man, what's up? How you do? Sit down and have that kind of conversation. But a lot of them drew down, they thought they arrived. Today, they're back to square one. They're now acting nice and friendly again. And okay, I look at that. The runs around. So you will come around at some point. So learn to be good and keep your relationship with people. Be void of politics. Keep your relationship. That's important.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're going to hear from the Lone Sedition on the show tonight. Our brother Kairos Mosi Gray. Honorable Gray.
Great talent.
Yeah. What is very important is that it will be unprofessional to listen to Kennedy and assessment and make a conclusion, because I do know Kennedy and I do know Piso. The assertion Kennedy made of Piso, I don't know how to be that person. Why should I respect Kennedy's view or opinion? I want to be very emphatic that I will have to speak directly to Pisota. And those who in journalism will tell you, every story has another side, and there's the middle side to it. So I have to speak to Piso. But let me come to politics, and somebody asking the politics that religion while I listen to Fubi. Fubi, in political institution, whether independent candidates or whatsoever, supporters have different way of approaching things. I want you to get this clear. There are some supporters who will never sit down in green chairs. There are some supporters who will never sit down in blue chairs. There are some supporters who will never wear green. Some will never wear blue. Some will wear blue and wear green. Some will be in the middle and observe. These are the ingredients of politics, whether you like it or not. To make a blanket allegation against CDC and its people to say they come back to square one, then probably you are dealing with people who could not afford. Maybe that's why they're going back to square one. But I know that other citizens who are still doing well, very qualified, very competent. Okay, many of them are quiet. They're not seeking government jobs. They're outside of government doing different things. Okay, but I think the fair judgment and assessment of this conversation will be on the basis after speaking to Piso, because Paul had made some strong allegations. He went for assistance for the people according to him. For Baburi, he was not begging for himself. He was requesting for materials or food items to help them all, which everyone would do, including myself here. I mean, I ask people when I making some donations, as a certain lawmaker, forget about being a non-certain lawmaker. Okay, as a certain lawmaker, some of my construction work that I do, maybe being someone else, you know, and trying to give money to fire victims. Sometimes on my birthday, you know, some people supply some stuff. It's a very normal thing in Liberian body politics or outside politics to request from each other. So I don't think it's any crime, but I guess I would love to listen to Piso that I said. I mean, I don't know how to be like that. I've had a long-standing friendship with Piso and Mawani and the other brilliant women in the CDC that I can salute any day. So I think fair enough we should listen to Piso, sir, and
thank you
in the wrong, or any one of us for asking. There will be people if you think because you
thank you. Thank you. We all the time, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my thing is that, let us stick to the. Paul is on the show. He's your colleague here. He's saying that Piso denied him and he walked up and he didn't go back. But you saying that you gotta go ask Piso. So you say Paul lied.
Because I know both of them, and it's fair enough. You can decide what I do. Okay, you can think for yourself because I know Paul more than everyone on the subject, and I know Piso similarly. Paul and I have some interpersonal friendship beyond brotherhood, slept together in the same house.
Yeah, but we understand that. But Paul is saying that because of that, he become disenchanted.
And I know Piso similarly, so as a result of that, I cannot pass.
So thank you, Gray. Kyle, what I'm hearing from Gray is like, what Paul is saying is true. Number one, Paul not going to allow his sister Piso, right? But it's just embarrassment even more to see these kind of things that someone like Paul, who a lot of people respect Paul, not because we came here with Joe, because of his past military experience. Look at him when he was in combat. He have to tell the truth because he have taken oath. When Paul was in combat in Iraq, these are the things we talk about. So you gotta understand that the brother become disenchanted immediately when Piso say she would not give the man 12 bundles of zinc or 12 bag of rice. I'm not going to hold on to that. It's between sedition and sedition, Kario. Baby, Paul become a Lano member. But as you can see, Paul is extremely angry. I think it's when he was in the jungle in Bapolu. He took this picture in his gorilla attack.
Man, what up here from here, man? But great. To be honest with you,
let me learn my thing.
Akaros, to be honest with you,
we gotta talk
the right step to ask Piso. But when you do it, please call me back so that I can be on the phone to remind her. This is not a made-up story. I know Piso very well, and that's what really got me shocked. It's somebody who I knew. Akaros, you know me. I don't ask people for anything. Not that I'm proud, but that's the kind of person I am. I have this integrity that I try to keep. So nobody in CDC government, besides Piso City Talk, can tell you, Paul Kennedy came to ask me for this. And like Kanye said, my friends will remain my friends regardless of their political position, because my friends are not obligated to me. I don't think my friends are obligated to me. They want two persons on earth who are obligated to me, or my father and my mother. They born me. They had a responsibility to take care of me. None of my friends in politics, I had any obligation to or had any obligation to me. If you decide, Paul Kennedy, we're going to help you to do A, B, C, and D, I will appreciate that. But for me to think that it is incumbent upon you to do it is wrong. So don't let us carry the message that because people, did not help the people that I want to seek help for me is why I walk away angry. I don't think so. I'm not angry. I just thought that the little she could have done to intervene in what's happening is why I went to. And you saw what I did. When Joseph Parker, when Unity Party beat CDC in Bapolu in the first round with over 2,000 points, I went back and campaigned for CDC rigorously and reduced that score. Go and look at the data. Bapolu has a very slim margin of United Party lead over CDC because of my intervention. So even though I felt bad about some of the things that happened during the CDC time, personally affecting me and my campaign in Bapolu, I still went back and campaigned for CDC. Not very many people would do that.
Thank you, Paul. Paul, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Share the show continuously. This is where we come and we bring our push of fire. Kanye, this pure push of fire. I got nothing to do with it. They can't eat their own baby. They did not Paul Kennedy that sedition. Paul Kennedy is disenchanted. He went beyond Lano. That was my business. That's my business. Paul was a sedition. He supported the idea. They let him down. He went to another political party. But these are the reason why CDC mostly lost the election 2023. These are the reasons. And to be frank with you, we are not here to talk about the CDC issues. But the CDC can recalibrate and go back to the status quo, that this is a party for the people, by the people, and of the people, that everybody working without hatred, without bitterness, without, separating and the high and the lows. again, CDC will be in problem, Kayo. Again, CDC will be in problem. The same thing happened with Unity Party today. Political institution got to adjust. You there today, you may not be there tomorrow. If you get it today, you forget about the people that brought you there, they will let you down. But this was a litmus test on seditions. And I think they realized it though. Hey, you know, and I think they understand that. But we got a lot of story today. This is not about Paul Kennedy talking about his party and his institution. I decided to squeeze that in because I couldn't sleep last night when I received the information. I was toasting, I was having bad dreams. You know, I was just worrying in the bed. My wife asked me, said, what's going on with you? I was sweating. My wife said, what's going on with you? I'm still fighting in my sleep that people deny Paul Kennedy his right as a sedition. Then she said,
but Stanton, you had the opportunity to help me during my campaign. You never helped me. You, Stanton. So
because I wasn't supporting you. I wasn't supporting you.
You never supported me.
I'm friend with you.
And you are my brother.
Yeah, but I wasn't supporting you.
1 cent during any of my initiatives in Babolo.
But Paul Kennedy, I'm on record. I didn't help you.
So leave CDC alone.
No, Paul. Stanton, Tokai, you see, what's the man that texting? I don't have a political party that I'm running as political leader. I wasn't asking for your vote tomorrow. I had a choice. This Paul Kennedy, I had a choice whether to support you or not to support him. I knew that America was going to beat him, so I never wanted to waste my resources behind a person that was going to defeat. And mention religion to the people. Election is not religion. The mentality people say, okay, we'll do voter education. Look at Babolu County. Do you think they need voter education? Listen, you cannot do that while you outside. Voter education will not work in Babolu County. Why Americano was trucking the message he can't truck? He will do voter education. Americano beat a man. Americano were trucking. Zinamamo were trucking. The message you can't truck, you do voter education. But Kanyo, you know that. The man couldn't survive in Bapalu with all the regular status quo. Americano say you are taking people from Battery Factory. Taking them to Bapalu. Paul Kennedy say, I'm not going to do it. I'm a religious man. You mess religion with politics, they will beat you every day, like, bro. But again, yeah, man. Oh, guys, let's get to the thing. Let's get to the show. We hope you're having fun today. This is the day the Lord has made. Let rejoice and be glad in it. President Joseph Yima Boyka presented an all-black contract to the House of Representatives for ratification. Hey, you remember photo Total and photo the Nigerian guy after Easy? The man is about to make millions of dollars again. All right, Youngly saying that the Chinese people say they will build the burned down Capitol building that place the fire took place. Now, if that is true, it means that the government shouldn't put money behind it because we're getting help from the Chinese. We're talking about it. People are calling for Sam Zina, I think that's his name, Sam Zina to resign, the superintendent of Bapalu County, because of his involvement on those allegations of corruption. The LCC again have opened that case, and we'll be talking about Sam Zina got to step down. But why are you talking about Sam Zina from Bapalu? Why about the guy from Lofa County and the Lofa University? Why Joseph Boyka stay keeping him there? The same issue again. He was found guilty, I believe, but he stayed there working. So we'll question the president on that note. And don't you forget today, Sam still quiet. He went through confirmation today, and he gave one of the biggest breaking news that he knows nothing about the $10 million project in Lofa County. So who knows about that project? Seriously, the man saying he knows nothing about the $10 million project. So again, we wish him luck on his confirmation. A lot of stuff is happening, folks. Join us while we get our own Richard Kuhn, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, making new appointments. The board putting all his Sano people around him. The chief of staff as Sano man, the man on budget coming will be another Sano man. Yeah, then you blame Joseph Boyka or what? How you call that one? Tribal politics. The man that just speak up, the man putting all his Sano people around him because he want to be running in Sano. So he make new appointment. We'll be discussing that. And what's else on your mind? That's a good day today. We want to say the LTMI, the Senate have received the document to investigate LTMI. What can they do? They say the people get contract. So therefore they're doing the work that Transport Ministry doing. Transport Ministry doing the work that they doing, and the country just in shape. What's good about President Boyka? He received more ambassadors documentation in the country today. That actually, I think it was the only leading thing right now from the executive mansion. If I'm not mistaken, that was good about President Boubacar. He receiving more ambassadors. You know, they are negotiating and they are coming up. And we saw the video that the police people beating on the disabled people. I don't know what's going on with that. Again, it's powerful to say yes, indeed, we are done. The executive mansion is leaking. The executive mansion is leaking. I don't know the leaking news or the really leaking rain, but the executive mansion is leaking. You know how much money going to go behind that project? It'll be a lot of money going behind that project again. So I want to say, welcome to the Spoon Talk. We're taking le paix. Whenever you join us, share the show, tell somebody that Spoon Talk is here. You say your own, I say my own. The GAC report on LDC is terrible. The young man called Adam Sharif is fighting for his job. Should Adam Sharif keep his job? He was with Money Captain. Over hundreds of $millions went MIA. They cannot give account due to if you read the GAC report on LDC, from 2018, Paul Kennedy, to 2023, on Money Captain. Nelson, can you come on the show, please? Over 100 million almost. Read the GAC report. The chief financial officer, his name is Adam Sharif. Adam Sharif said, can you give me the picture of those individuals? Nelson, still us more. I know you would do that, which is right. But again, this is troubling. The issue about people buying token from Lebanco, but the money, GST, and all the money that's will go to the government, it ain't going to Fubi. On the Money Cartel. But yet and still, Adam Sharif, who was the chief financial officer, begging Joseph Boubacar that he should keep his job. We are telling the president we don't think he should keep him. I think Adam Sharif, my position tonight will be a radical one. Everybody that costs the government millions of dollars, this government should prosecute them. Number one, if you pay for your life, you can get your life on and off. Number two, the money that's will go to the government, they say Money Captain, the allegation that Money Captain, the people that are working there, eat the money. And the chief financial officer, Adam Sharif, will put a picture up. They say he ate the money too. But now he begging that Mohammed Sharif want to keep him. He begging for his job. They said that the only man in Liberia can get a job too. He begging for a job. How can President Boubacar keep such a man? I would fully recommend that they don't keep him. But they might investigate him. They should. I think we get in trouble for LDC. And LDC is asking between $42 to $50 million to keep them doing the race season in Liberia because they don't have money. But the other one that they put on aid, they're not talking about aid though. Let's get into the show. Welcome to the show, the Councilor Kano Bagbada, the Honorable Karis Mose Gray, Paul Kennedy, Chief Fubi Henry, and our brother JJC, Johnny Jeskam, J. Jefferson Jesse. Producing for us tonight is Nelson Collette, who will be graduating on the 11th of November from AMU. Bravo to you, my friend. Congratulations again. And we have our producer, our strongman, James Goodday Flomo, will be graduating tomorrow from Warsaw, Poland, with his bachelor degree. And then we are encouraging James to stay there and be quiet, and he should do his master before going back to Liberia. Congratulations to James Goodday Flomo. We also send a graduation shout out to our own CEO, Manatiti Kanen, who will be graduating on the 7th of November. Again, the woman says she's going back to school. We'll say bravo to you, Madam Titi. Thank you for your hard work. I want to say I'm proud of the team. We're going to get a lot of book people around us to help us move this network forward. So then, guys, welcome to the show, Kanyo. That's the lineup for today, Kanyo. Let's start with you.
Well, I will start from, again, once again, it's good to be here, CEO. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so briefly, just what's on your mind? Let's add to it.
Well, I mean, what's on my mind? Two things, actually, very quickly. Number one, quite recently in Grand Jeddah County, there is a particular situation of the long-term lease of close to 500 acres of land by the county authority. We who represent the Bar Association of Grand Jeddah County, we've reached out because the affected communities where that lease was executed reached out to us expressing concern about their involvement, that they were not involved. And so we reached out to the superintendent and we made that position clear to him. He has promised to share with us a copy of the agreement so that we can review to see whether it is in line with law. So in this public manner, we're just putting this on the agenda out there that we're very concerned, not just because of this particular lease, but because it could become a pattern about how business is done regarding communal lands in Grand Jeddah County and even other places. So that sits on my mind currently. The other thing very quickly, CEO, is my old passion around Putu mining concession. Today I listened to the National Investment Commission chair. He was on ELBC. They are saying that they are close to finalizing the arrangements around Putu. However, based on my reading of the law, it says that if a concession has been dormant and you are resuscitating it, there's a need to go back to the people for public information and to also inform them about what is changing in the agreement. However, when I posed that question to him, he seemed to argue that this isn't a renegotiation. And at least based on everything I've heard, it seems like a renegotiation. So again, in both instances, I'm just calling on people that, President Boyka has entrusted to bring jobs and investment and to lead our people, to lead with openness. We support the president's agenda. We'll continue to do so. We want him to succeed. But to the extent that there are certain actions that affect our county, where we come from, we believe that people entrusted by the president should do the right thing. The deal with Grand Jeddah needs to be made public. On Putu, what is changing? What's the new investment? Who are the owners? What is the community benefit, corporate social responsibility? These are information that people need to know. And it is not coming out as yet. So I just want to put that on the table. Otherwise, we're here for the ride. It's a good lineup. The LEC report, we stand ready to feedback that as always. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you very much, Brother Kano. Let's bring in Akaris. Akaris, how was your day today? What's going on from your end?
Yeah, man, just being real cool, trying to relax myself, But it's good, all good. But look, the landlord you brought, I have interest in all, but interest in it, I think it's just reckless on the part of the government. Somebody who has served as deputy chief of staff, and now the chief of staff, acting chief of staff now to the president. After the confirmation and commission, will become full chief of staff, to appear before the Senate, and the project is ongoing. We've deployed EPS officers and police officers, and this barrage of concern across the country. 10 million United States dollars not budgeted for. And the Minister of State, where he's been acting in our portfolio for the last few days or weeks, to say he's not aware. It says a lot about the government. The first person that should be aware should be the Minister of State. Not even the Minister of Information or the Press Secretary to the President. That's the first person who would then take the information and spray out. So I had this government running this country. I is running this country on the basis of being extremely secretive or with some degree of secrecy. So that part of the topic is thought-provoking, extremely thought-provoking to me. And I think we should discuss it. The next issue here is that, and the issue of the disabled. I saw the head of the disabled community recklessly making a kind of a statement against those members of the disabled, calling them beggars, according to a news report today. quotation that he wrote. One of the most credible journalists in Liberia said that the head of the disabled community, okay, described the disabled people a handful of beggars who went down there. And that is degrading, that is demeaning for you to call a member of your community a historic group of beggars, and you yourself were somewhere there before, and being liberated to be the head of the entity. You should seek the welfare of all of your people, no matter what the situation is. So the way I saw them on the street, the way they are being treated, I think it's a concern. We discussed the disabled community here before, and you brought it on. In fact, you show the buildings, you show it from the CDC town to the Unity Party town, and all of those things. You even raise some issues about concern about disabled people across the country. It's not only restricted to Monrovia. So I think those two topics are at the center stage of my discussion, and we chip in on the other schematic concerns.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's bring in Phoebe. Phoebe. Phoebe, are you with us? Let's bring in Paul Kennedy. Paul, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Stanton. Good evening to you and my colleagues on the panel. Good evening to our viewers and listeners from everywhere. Good morning to those on the other side of the hemisphere. What's on my mind is, really looking back at the lineup and the particular issue about the allocation of new oil blocks to different organizations. And Honorable Gray, later on in the conversation, please inform us on what is the cost sharing agreement that was enacted with this whole NOCAL Act that gave the mandate for the Liberian people to benefit from all of the transactions that go on within the oil industry in the country. We need to educate our people, and we need to come back to review whether the entity itself, NOCAL, and the Liberian Oil Exploration Agreement is living within the means of the act that created it as far as the profit sharing to benefit the Liberian people. There are no social welfare programs. The health systems in the country are bad and underfunded. The educational systems poor. So these are the kind of places we should be running to look for money to see how we can support our institution in the country. So I'm really looking forward to that conversation. I need to learn I need to understand where that money is going and whether Liberian people have even benefited from the allocation made within the act that was created to enable every Liberian to get a cost of the oil revenue. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Phoebe. Paul, thank you. Phoebe, let's hear you. Are you with us?
Yeah. So good evening, everybody, and look forward to a good show. So my attention was drawn to this as a post from Representative Kofa about creating a $25 million social safety net fund, and saying that the times are hard and the government must intervene, and looking at ways to generate a fund, talking about they should cut down their benefits, reduce foreign travel, limit vehicle purchases, redirect resources from NASCOP and from LPRC and borrowing from NASCOP. So for me, I think that a few things that he needs to drive that attention to, instead of talking about borrowing from NASCOP, that was Social Security and pension funds there. So you should be setting up, activating the welfare component at NASCOP. It's a National Social Security and Welfare Corporation. The welfare component has never worked since the act was created. So we should be pushing to activate that component instead of trying to create a separate fund, then to go to NASCOP also to borrow from NASCOP. To activate the social welfare component, then get people to pay into that fund, then NASCOP now can run the social welfare program. So what you're talking about the social welfare stuff is also pushing. Then talking about cutting their benefits and allowances and travels and all the other stuff, cutting vehicle purchases. Senator Dillon then push a bill. I raised that same as petition in 2017, so that they don't have the bill on a reduction in the lawmaker salaries and benefits. So he should be able to look at that bill also and see how they can all rally and support that, to be able to cut their benefits instead of leaving that and just saying it, because by just saying it with word of mouth, it's not going to cut their benefit, it's not going to cut travel, it's not going to reduce vehicle purchases. And, the depreciation policy of the government, the 3 years. So you have to push up bill to revise that. So when you revise that to 5 years, you automatically will reduce vehicle purchases. But if it remains at 3 years, you're not going to just reduce vehicle purchases by word of mouth. So there are a lot of things to look at and to push. I think it's a big basket, but let him drive more attention to those areas.
Thank you very much, Phoebe. Thanks a lot. Yeah, guys, we will be connecting back on the radio. I see you guys saying we're not on the radio. Certainly, they are reconnecting you back on the radio. Let me bring you Jefferson Chelsea. It's good to see you, man. If you can't late, when I ask you what's on your mind, we'll just get into the conversation. So Jefferson, you go ahead because you were here quietly. Then we'll leave the two doctors alone. They've been doing that Dr. T, so they came late, Dr. George and Dr. Booklight. Jeff, what's up?
Good, man, Stanton. Good evening to the panelists and people in Radio Land. Yes, Stanton, just a few things on my mind this evening. I'm deeply concerned about the demolition going on at the Hotel Africa prefab community. The government has insisted on making those people homeless without compensation. And I think they should rethink and wait until they can find some money to compensate those people, because you are putting families out, children's school. Elderly people will be made homeless. People that have lived on that property for more than 10, 15 years. I think it's insensitive on the part of the government to forcefully remove those people without compensation. I think it's going to be a very difficult time for the people who live on that property. Moreover, my other concern has to do with the JFK, where there has been lack of electricity for some time. And I think this is better than that. We need to ensure that these people who are seeking medical care at the JFK are well taken care of. So to see the biggest hospital in our country out of electricity is scary and troubling. So basically, your landlord is good too. We look at the LEC audit report. I've gone through it. I've seen a lot of stuff. But yes, Stanton, thank you. And we look forward to having a good show tonight.
As always, we want to say thank you very much, my friend, Jefferson. Dr. George, what's on your mind? What say you?
What's on my mind is the ANC convention starting on Friday night in Atlanta, Georgia, to be specific, in Lawrenceville.
I mean, we got our ticket. Yeah, your promise of ticket, and was that just a promise? Y'all don't live by your promises, my man. We got our ticket. Yeah.
Okay, I'll get back to the team. I thought you already had it because
no, the guys waiting to be present. You know, Winfred Russell say he got a date that he will be coming with. So please.
Okay. I will have the ticket for Winfred when he gets there, and whosoever come here, I'll make sure I have it.
You know you keep it when they get there, right?
Because if we mail, he won't get it in time.
Yeah, he will not get it on time. That's true. Thank you. I mean, I just decided to say the man said he came over for a date, so that's not my business. Talk to me.
Okay, so the ANC convention is on my mind. I'm calling all supporters, sympathizers of the Trinity National Congress to assemble in Atlanta, Georgia, where we'll be meeting Friday evening with the political leader, Mr. Alexander B. Cummings. So make sure you're there. Those who want to come is free of charge. Friday evening is free of charge. We have free drink, free food, free everything. Wonderful conversation you can have with Mr. Alexander B. Cummings on Friday night. And then Saturday will be the elections, and Saturday evening is going to be the ball. So come and join us for the Saturday evening ball if you have time. That's what is on my mind at this moment. The second thing that I'm worried about and thinking about a lot is the level of noise pollution in Monrovia. Most of the churches in Monrovia just believe that they should everybody should listen to them, blowing noise, music early in the morning while people should be sleeping. I think it's something that the government should start considering, because that is not good for the population health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. George. Dr. Bople, it's good to see you. Something strange about Dr. Bople, though. Guys, have you observed that the doctor don't go off anymore with his internet? Have you observed for the past, since the end of last week, something strange happened with Dr. Bople. Maybe he have called the internet service, or maybe the government bought his Starlink, or maybe I heard, okay, Madam Bople is in town, so Dr. Bople internet working. I see. Go ahead, Dr. Bople.
I actually moved right next to the Spoon station, so I get.
So you feeding off us?
I'm feeding off your Wi-Fi, CEO. Sound good. I'm right behind the station.
Okay. So you CDC now. You move right by our station, the headquarters.
No, they're further down the road. I'm right behind the station.
Okay. Okay.
Well, good evening, CEO, and good evening to all my friends, to those who watch and listen. Let's stay engaged. Our engagement will make a difference over time. Keep it constructive, and it'll be all about Liberia. So I'm glad to be here tonight. And so what's on my mind? The lineup you guys is good. Anything that has to do with Liberia and the welfare of Liberians is worth talking about. But I'll tell you what's on my mind. Our foreign minister met with the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, days ago, and they talk about other things, commercial stuff, potential investment opportunity. But one thing to talk about was diplomatic reciprocity regarding visas. And if you remember, CEO, a long time ago, Senator Snow was here, and I asked him, I said, what have you done? Because the rejection rate at the U.S. Embassy is very high. It's $185 for visa, non-refundable, and almost everybody will go there, don't get it. And have you done any advocacy? Of course, you got to dance around and stuff. But the fact that they're even having that conversation is good for our people, because a lot of young people in Liberia just want to travel, want to go to school, all those things, they just get rejected. So that's important that at least they're having a conversation. I hope to catch up with the foreign minister and find a little more about what they discussed, and I hope to tell the public, the details of that discussion. But what's really on my mind, CEO, is the whole LEC thing. And I really would like, in the very near future, for us to invite somebody from the government to come and make an intelligent argument, an economic one primarily, to the people of Liberia, why it is necessary for us to own, us meaning the government of Liberia, to own the light company. We've been at this forever. We can't do it. And it is the single largest economic impactor in Liberia, energy. But we don't want to privatize it. We can't get it straight. We borrow. And recently, the Mines and Energy Minister said in 2030, the best we can get is maybe around 75% electricity. Privatize it, we get that stuff in 12 to 24 months. And this country will be on a serious path for socioeconomic. I really wish somebody can kind of explain to us why the government must own the company, because they can't run the company.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bople. Thanks to all of you. We appreciate your time on Spoon Talk. Let's make progress. Again, we want to say, share the show. Please go on social media, your Facebook, your Instagram, your WhatsApp, by the way, and your TikTok. Share the show. Let's enjoy ourselves discussing the issue about Liberia. To the Honorable Councillor, Kandri Bala, the man I have never practiced in front of the Supreme Court or any one of the court within the jurisdiction, we happy to have you. It's okay. You got your law lesson and you got your position, wherever it is, it's fine. You are considered. The Honorable Akaris Mose Gray, the man that was defeated by 82 votes from a man from nowhere called Prince to beat him massively, and now he's unemployed, Akaris Mose Gray. But Paul Kennedy, folks, you understand Paul Kennedy, try. They say you try, you used to see try it again, but I will urge my brother, please, you cannot mix Christianity with politics in Liberia. If you do that, you would never win. And that's why you're massively defeated. Paul is preparing to go against Botokane. Botokane have a brother right now as associate justice. She have another brother right now with NASCA. She have all her tentacles all over. And I will say to you, when a woman had no family member in government, he didn't be her, and now you'll be her. I wish you luck. I want to bring in Fubi. Chief Fubi Harris 4 times. He was defeated 4 times. 4 times. Who ran 4? Who would go and say, okay, I want to run a political party, I will win, but it beat you 4 times and you're still trying to go? I don't know. This man's faith is bigger than a mustard seed. Because Jesus Christ said, if you have faith, and that's a problem, you know that. But I believe Fubi faith is bigger than a mustard seed. So keep on trying, Fubi. Keep on keeping on. One day you will succeed when Mark Foucault, or how you call him French, Foucault is not around. What about Johnson Chessing? I'll leave that one with God. I'm talking about Johnson. Emmanuel George, he got one of the bigger attacks ahead of him on the 24th. When Liam Mensah beat him, but everybody thinks that Emmanuel George will win the election concerning this ANC Global. And I mean, that place is getting Jeremy Parker receiving information. They'll be having the good, the bad, and the ugly. These guys are going to have fun. They're going to have everything you need. If you're doing anything in America this weekend, and you get a free ticket with Spirit or with American Airlines, you just go there and just go have fun. Go listen to Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings want to talk to you about the new vision, his new dream for Liberia, right? Just go sit down. You'll be free to ask a question. You'll have a one-on-one with him. It will be the grand program. I want to encourage you to be there if you can. To my Dr. Bopler, man. Whenever Dr. Bopler is in Zico, you know. And so Dr. Bopler, we love having you on the show. Continue doing what you're doing for the sake of Liberia. And I agree with you concerning LDC. That place is so bad. Millions of dollars is running all of that place, and it's so concerning. We don't know how we will solve that problem. Let's get into it, guys. The first thing here is that the allegation that went to LDCC concerning this check from LOFA. Concerning this check from LOFA. A huge allegation went to LDCC, and these people are complaining concerning the allegation, right? About the guy from LOFA, the president. And the allegation came along not only about the LOFA County University, but who is this guy? This other guy, is he a bishop or reverend? I'm trying to read about him though. But have you realized that this guy, he's the chairman for the LOFA University Board. His name is Victor Patmo. He was indicted by LACC. The Reverend Victor Patmo. Reverend, holy and reverend is his name, Victor Patmo. He was indicted by LACC. They took the university money based on this allegation. A lot of money they took. And LACC found them guilty. But guys, the university president, they say that here, Dr. Ase Podat, the university president, he was indicted by LACC. People are saying, why is it the president still keeping him there? This is LOFA. The Reverend, and Liberia, you got to hear this. This is very important. We're about to pull the check. I was trying to give the government time. Maybe the government would do the right thing, and hold you guys responsible and tell them, say, hey, listen, you guys got to go. Maybe the government are going to do the right thing. But it's kind of strange that maybe President Bouaka, I don't know. Maybe somebody have not shown the document to the president. So I decided to talk about it today, and we decided to talk about it. The bishop. I really want to hear from you all. Kayo, what's going on here, Kayo? Why upload the other check document? Why is the government this time around too slow? The man is indicted. There's a reason why they indicted your lawyer. The bishop is here. The doctor is here. We got checks evidence. We got everything. But why are they still on the job? What's going on with this government, Kanye? Kanye, are you with us or are you consulting?
No, I'm with you. I'm trying to unmute. And why would I be consulting CEO?
Because this one is hard for you now. Talk to us. That will make you first.
I don't think the issues are hard or easy. I think it's a question of formulating an independent opinion about the matter. But anyway, to the matter at hand. Normally, right, when such incidents occur, I think the tradition has been a suspension or so in order to give the opportunity to folks who are accused. Because in this case, you mentioned that the LACC have found these.
Okay, you see?
The courts have yes. I believe that. Can you hear me? There's echo coming back from your side. So it's like
yeah, I'm trying to mute, but we're not hearing you skipping, my man. So zoom into the camera, let hear you better, come closer, maybe you're too far off. Maybe you want to play game on this one, you don't want to talk about it, then we can pass and leave you alone. But if you want to talk about it,
why would I play games?
Yeah, because you're dancing like you can talk. You acting like you can stutter. You can stutter, talk about it won't. Why the government not taking action?
Speaking about it. I am speaking about it. People have been accused, an indictment has been unveiled, the matter will go to court. As it stands, none of those people are guilty unless you're telling me that they are being tried. No, they have not been tried. And as far as the law is concerned, they are innocent until proven guilty. All right. Now, if there are implications for the functioning of the college such that these people have been indicted, then it would be wise for administrative action to be taken, but not permanent administrative action, because they have not yet been tried, they have been indicted. As you may know, indictments of this nature follow when they've established probable cause. Could it be that they did what they say they are being accused of? Then they hand down the indictment. So that's what has happened. But they still have an opportunity to go to court and to present a case, and they could be exonerated if they are found, if they can present evidence that they didn't do what they are being accused of. Now, your particular question is, why are they still there? Now, normally, I wouldn't advise any dismissal, because in this particular instance, you want to ensure that they go through a process, and if they're found guilty, then of course that the law takes its course. But sometimes for smooth sailing of the institution, you will want to say a suspension pending the exhaustion of the matter. But I want to believe that President Boyka will come to this matter, and I believe he will exercise judgment.
Bologna. Akaris, let's start something serious, man. Let's lead this century guy. The man that dance, the man that and he rests there. No, hold on, brother, hold on. We here for playing. We are discussing issue that have a past, that have a present, the action the president have taken before on other similar matters. And you're here telling us that who said the people are guilty? That you must tell whether they're guilty when the people are going to court? Who said the people need a due process? That you must tell that we don't know? I beg you, man. I can't, let's hear you.
You know why I'm smart? Because sometimes it's difficult to polish your voice. And I'm not used to polishing my voice. At the fishery, Edmund Glasgow was not only suspended but removed and replaced with all conviction. At Noka, Suakubo was removed and replaced with all conviction. At the LTA, group of commissioners were removed and replaced. Similarly, at the central bank, and probably you can go on and on. I'm not just talking about suspension, I'm talking about absolute removal and appointment to place. The current president of that university, in a senior staff board meeting of trustees, admitted that 150,000 of that money was transferred to President Boyka Foundation. Many of you may be shocked. That's why he's not suspended with all the LSCC investigation and indictment. The singular reason, because he made that contribution of 150,000 United States dollars. In a senior staff meeting, he knocked his chest. He boasted that he cannot be replaced and he will not be suspended. You remember the issue of the MCC, the MCSS. We discussed it here for some time before the president took an action. But this guy is granted with prima facie in his hands. So why you think the president will ignore other people, but just keep this man there? No suspension, no concrete action, and he has set a precedent of dismissal, not just suspension. And with a barrage of pieces of evidence and checks that have been paraded, I bet that this person was from the former government, but now you're gone. You have been absolutely removed. That's why when we say the act of witch hunt and elitism, as the U.S. State Department Climax report, investment Climax report on Liberia is very clear about elitism. It's very clear about the issue of nepotism and other things. There is a clear-cut manifestation of what the Boyka dynasty is. And because this dynasty is selective and cherry-picked and partial and not impartial, you will see more of these things happening when it comes to the issue of people from Lofa County, especially from the ethnic dynasty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paul Kennedy, you are next door. You were from Lofa, they separated Bakwalu from Lofa. You're familiar with that terrain, I believe. This is about this doctor who is serving as president. And the bishop, the churchman, chairman for the board, look at all these checks, right? Let me run through these checks. You have 46,000 USD. Look at this amount, 55,000 USD, $7.1 million Liberty. You have another one here, 5.3 million Liberty. A lot of money we're talking about here, different checks that came up Paul Kennedy. And this is the indictment, right? The indictment is very clear, very, very clear. Economic sabotage, fraud on internal revenue, misuse of public money and records, theft, illegal disbursement, and expenditure of public money, theft of property, misapplication of entrusted property, criminal conspiracy, and conflict of interest. A lot of these things that follow these guys. And what we are looking at here, that people have championed Joseph Yima Boyka before, right? Immediately this report come out, he suspend these guys and say, go clear your name. It happened with the former LTA acting chairperson, Abdullah Kamara. It happened with other people. It came out, a fishery was to get in Emma Glasgow. The LTA people then from there. And a lot of things, but what's going on now? What's going on that we have these people almost 4 months, they stay there, no action. Talk to me, Parker, the Liberians need to hear this, and then we'll tell the people what actually going on.
Thank you, Stanton. Look, so in this, I'm glad we have the counselor on here who's supposed to really come to inform us if he's aware of the sitting laws or policies that governs or regulates, speaks to the issue of indictment while holding a public office. When you are indicted while holding a public office in Liberia, what does the law say? Do they remove you on administrative leave or suspension until that indictment is followed up to know whether you're convicted and to know whether you are guilty or not guilty? What is the precedent according to law? Because when precedents are left to individual decisions and preferences, it can be subjective to the utmost extent. So my question is, do we have on the books any law that mandates a particular set of action to people who are holding appointed position, who become indicted for some allegation of public offense? That is the question that I'm going to ask. If the answer to that question is yes, then absolutely there should be no cherry picking. Anyone who falls within such infringement against the law should be prosecuted in accordance with that setting policy. If the answer to that question is no, and it is based on the subjective reasoning of the president, then of course the president now, who becomes the institution, the presidency, will desire to cherry pick who he suspends, who he sends on administrative leave, or who he dismisses based on charge of allegation of certain crimes. So it is really difficult for me because I'm not okrum with the laws that are on the books as far as it speaks towards the occupation of individual in particular appointed position. So Honorable Gray and the Councillor Kanyo, both of you can speak to my point of whether there is a sitting law in our constitution or in our established laws that manages people who are appointed and indicted in certain office against certain things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. Fubi, let's say you, my friend, this is embarrassing for this government. I'm getting more information. Once we raise this issue, people start giving us more information. The money that were collected, actually, if you guys remember when they were doing the LOFA program, about 4 states coming together and they were celebrating. Fubi, you remember? When Sir Joseph and Thomas Fala and all the guys, senator, then went to LOFA to celebrate Bon County, LOFA, another county for the long historic time. Something happened over there. And Gray, that money that Gray is talking about, it was part of the contribution also for this program. But who recommended this guy and why does he stay there today? The blame is not on President Boubacar yet because people are not informing the president. And here's the issue, Curry, I want to agree with you, right? They're cutting short with the information to the president. So is the president informed? And who should be informing the president on this issue? I want us to look into that seriously. Now that we're discussing it, I do believe that they're going to get some heat because you know why? People been burying this story. Fubi, what say you? I do believe, sincerely, people been burying this story away from the president. Now people are saying, listen, Stanton, the magnitude to this story. These guys, they've been protected by folks, the Mama Ability and other people around the president. It raises serious concern. Talk to me, Fubi.
Yeah, so looking at the document, the first thing, like Kanyo said rightly, suspension would be something that we will expect. And I think the president will do that following his record of suspending people in the past. I think that's something that he will do. So we look forward to seeing that. And some basic stuff. The corruption allegations keep flying around from point to point, and people don't learn. That's my only sad thing about it. You see people, they're breaking people down for corruption, and you allow yourself to also walk into similar web. And it's just unfortunate, but I don't doubt that the president will take decision in this matter, like he did with the MCSS, he did with LTA, he did with NUCA, he did with the fishery, and all the other places. So that for sure, I think that some action will be taken, regardless of the politics around it, and because it's just the honorable thing to do, to give people the opportunity to go and exonerate themselves. And once you are not guilty, you have your job back, if so. But the president also have the right to fire to fire you at will. So that's something that he can decide to do, void of further corruption allegation or not. So that's something that lies within his jurisdiction to do. So there are a lot of other stuff. So I think we give the president the benefit of the doubt. It's good that we also raising it. But sometimes it's good that once we add some fire to it, blow some more air under the fire, it tends to allow the pot to boil faster. So the awareness to deal with it. I think we also have some push to let the president know that look, there's something happening in Lofa. You have to pay attention to it and don't allow it to drag for a longer time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jefferson. Let's hear you. Let's hear you on this issue.
Stanton, the information from Lofa is that about $400,000 were missing and about 13 million Liberian dollars. The LACC has indicted those two people, and for us to continue to say that we're expecting that the president will hear about this and do it, I don't think it's a good expression we're casting on the presidency. That means the president is not in control. He's sleeping at the wheels. And it's wrong. You are at the stage of indictment. That means this thing has been going on for long. There has been investigation. There has been investigation reports. So two things happening. Either the president doesn't know what's happening in the country, or he's intentionally refusing to suspend or dismiss those people and giving them an opportunity to answer to their indictment. I think if he suspend them, by now, we have given them enough time to be able to build their own case and answer to the indictment. I'm not saying that the indictment means they are automatically guilty. No, maybe they can justify the fact that most of that money went to Workers Foundation. They got that justification, so they can clarify their own names, you know, or maybe most of that money went to helping to pay for the $10 million structure they're building in Lofa, in Foya, for the president. They could justify themselves. But I mean, for the university to be shut down because of the lack of money, and a university in Lofa is squandering $400,000 and 13 million Liberian dollars, and nobody can say anything about it. Nobody can be questioned or punished for it. I think it's a problem. It's troubling in our country. There are other schools in this place that don't have money. Government schools are shut down. They don't have chairs. Teachers are not being paid. No drugs in the hospital. So when people are indicted for squandering up to $400,000, I think the people should be reprimanded by the executive first, giving the judiciary a chance to prosecute them. That's what we expect from this government by now. But for folks, like Kanye, who is a lawyer, to be saying he's looking forward and hoping that the president will take action, I think those kind of statements, Councillor, is troubling coming from you. I can understand when somebody like Fubi, who is a layman, can say that. It makes sense. But not for you, Councillor, to say that you're hoping that the president will take action. No. Like the Honorable Grace said, other people were just suspended based on mere speculation and just mere investigation report. But this is far beyond investigation. This is at the stage of indictment. We can't be hoping that the president will fire them. No, Councillor, it shouldn't be. The president should have them removed from their position, giving them the opportunity to clear themselves from this indictment.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Josh, let's hear you, sir.
For full disclosure, I know Dr. Asif Ponda very, very, very well. I have worked with him in editing some of the books he published. So I'm surprised, but after the disclosure, I will speak to the issue now. It's $410,000. 11 person was indicted in the 10th Circuit Court, Judiciary Court in Lofa County. And I think he should do the honorable thing to step aside since he's in court right now. But what concerns me in this whole thing is that, according to reports, $55,471 was given to the JMB Foundation. So if this investigation is going on right now, I think it's important that if the JMB Foundation received that money, they should be able to return the money back to the university coffers or explain the reason why.
Corruption, they should be charged
for that amount of money. So that's my biggest concern. I mean, I'm concerned about this situation. I'm deeply surprised about the situation. I'm concerned, but there's indictment, 11 of them. And most of them that are indicted are higher officers of the system. So that's mean the whole system, there seems to be a challenge with the entire system, because almost all the senior officers plus the chairman of the board is indicted. Then the whole issue of check and balance seems to be a problem in that community college. But the biggest concern, besides those concerns I have raised, is the issue of $5,471 going to the JMB Foundation.
Thank you very much. Before we leave to go to Dr. Boplan, this is very, very scary though. This is concerning, folks. Dr. Boplan, after the indictment, these people still collecting money. After the indictment, look at the amount. So what is the government doing now? They indicted the people, right, for stealing the money. And after the indictment, they put them going there to collect money again. These are the bank money that was
insurance.
What?
I said that personal account insurance.
No, I care about personal school. I will tell you that I bring people the story. You say personal. There's no personal yet. But imagine though, the bishop that you see here, this bishop that you see here, he's indicted. So imagine the church money, the money in the other churches that he runs and oversees. What become of it? We're talking about that one. But Emmanuel George's friend, this doctor, Isaac, the friend to Emmanuel George, the guy that still collecting money. What president? What is he doing? With this is LACC reporting. Is the president endorsing this corrupt behavior? I don't think so. But can we ask the question? Dr. Boplan, help me here, Dr. Boplan. Just last week, the guy that went there and collected this amount of money. Just last week. Look at the amount, 6.5 million liberty. Somebody do the math. 8.6 million liberty. Can somebody do the math? Can somebody do the math? Talk to me, Dr. Boplan.
Stanton, misappropriation, corruption anywhere is not good. In academia, though, it's very bad on so many levels. And this is a public school, meaning it is funded with poor people's money. Perception affects schools. It affects enrollment. It affects performance. And so it's unfortunate to hear what we hear. Of course, everybody is innocent until proven guilty. These are some very respectable people here, and many of them I know. I will say, though, it is concerning to me that the fight against corruption was a big part of the president's campaign. He promised that repeatedly. And I think fair-minded people will say, even those who support the president and the government, that he moves too slow for a person who made fight against corruption a big part of his campaign. Listen, appointed people do not have rights. They have to serve in public position. They have privileges. And when you get to this place, to me, you remove people so that the university can focus on the important work of educating young people. You don't drag the school through this kind of stuff. So I'm waiting to see what the president will do next. President got some good advisors. Help the president get this thing done. People who get caught up like that, remove them so that the institution can move forward with integrity and a lack of distraction. So I hope get to the bottom of this soon. And I pray that the university in Lofa will be okay.
What does you are an educator, Dr. Buble? What does tell you about the fight against poor education in our country, the fight against that integrity? How can this government on the policy, the arrest agenda education move forward if these things are happening and President Boubacar is dragging his feet? I mean, to even take action, Dr. Buble.
So look, education is critical. We all know that. So, and it's so important for the forward march of this nation. So that's the one place we ought to invest a lot more, and that's the one place we ought not to be taking from, whether it's MCSS or whether Lofa University, any place. We ought to be putting more in and not taking it out illicitly or illegally. But again, from a solution standpoint, and at the risk of sounding like a broken record standard, we're running a bad system. The old mold, we're expecting something new. We're never getting it. The centralized system has not worked for this country. A decentralized system works better. Money is harder to steal when 7 people in the room know you got the money over there. It's easier when it comes from the consolidated fund to 1 or 2 privileged people. So change the mold. Trust the people. That's democracy at the best. Decentralize, give people responsibility, hold them accountable, and it'll be harder for these things to just keep happening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Buble. Folks, if you just joining us, we want to say to you, before we bring in our brother Vendetta Patrick, we'd like to say to you, this is a big one. What's your own position on this? Nelson, can you come back and you join us? We will go to the phone line and ask the Liberian people on this, because people are mad. People are calling me. Again, for you to have the bishop, for you to have this bishop being involved in corruption and, and talking about stealing, these allegations are huge. If for you to have the Dr. Isaac, the president of that university, by the way, he was appointed twice. Just for the record, he was appointed twice to the National Commission on Higher Education. The president appointed him April 3rd, 2024. Then the president appointed him to this position. He said the president had some hope and confidence in him, right? The president trusted that he could have performed. Are you talking to us, Moses Gray?
No, as a president appointed in 2 times, in April and August.
Yeah, so the president, so the issue is that, the president trusted him, but the letdown here is a serious issue that he have not only let the president down, he have let his people of Lofa down. So this man, this Dr. Isaac, what's the game plan? After the indictment talked about the guys and took checks. USD 45,000. If you calculate all of them, it's that over 400,000 of the university money. Now, what are the senators saying? Momo Cyrus and Joseph Jada. What are they saying? What are the representatives are saying? You see, but this guy's is presidential appointment. So you are looking at the evidence now, Mr. President. You are looking at the evidence, yes, sir, Mr. Executive Mansion, Chief of Staff. You are looking at this document, Mr. Lawmaker, Madam Lawmaker. I mean, what is your position? Why is he still there when the LACC, and that's the reason why LACC is getting weaker by the minute, Paul Kennedy, because when they bring this thing forward, the government can take action. They have been selective. So the LACC will not perform with that power because the government too playing games. Look at these things: economic sabotage, fraud on internal revenue of Liberia. They are stealing the money. These are allegations, something from LACC. But LACC is handicapped because the government will only suspend when you are not a government representative. So the government will take forever to suspend you. But when you are, guess what happened? You are safe. So here we are. The people put out a statement. They're calling for the suspension of the university president, Dr. Isaac Porter, board chairman, the Red Reverend Bishop Victor Patmo. Can you imagine? the Bishop Sporting God name, Victor Pamo, and other senior officials accused of corruption. The Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission recently indicted the official for allegedly embezzling over 400 USD and 13 million Liberian dollars. That's by the indictment that Topoda remains in office, a move that critics say undermines the government fight against corruption. Is it true? This guy, Topoda, admitted that part of an unaccounted $55,000 from the University's Central Bank account was transferred to the Joseph Yima Boyka Foundation. Do we have evidence of this? Do we have any evidence that you put in money in President Joseph Yima Boyka Foundation account? They also believe that Topoda close political ties to President Boyka, a native of that Lofa County, may be protecting him from suspension. Guys, let me come to our brother. Let's welcome him on the show, Fendetta Patrick. What's the use, sir?
Yeah, thank you, CEO, and thank you to the rest of the panelists. It's good to see all of you here tonight. To begin with this situation in Lofa, I want to state clearly that corruption, as it was described by former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, is a vampire in our society. By interpretation, meaning corruption took away human form and became a spirit. You can't find it. I think that's what she was saying. And seeing it being repeated consistently, I am constrained to say it's not just anything, but it's a social problem that has to be dealt with drastically. Look, this may have a few more, maybe weeks. President Boyka is going to fire him. There is no joke about that. It's just a matter of time. The president will fire him. All those indicted by the GAC. In fact, what makes their very critical is the fact that not just after an audit or investigation, but an indictment has come out that the court in Lofa County went looking for them. And they had to go to the court and secure the bond. In public sector governance, it cannot be indicted and play with state resources. It could undermine the credibility of that, case. You can be indicted. Other people it was just speculated that they stole money, and then they were asked, to take the back door. But what I can say is that I think initially, personally, from my own assessment, there were people who were accused of corruption without even LACC indictment. We beat them on this platform. They were beating on other media institutions. This president moved in to ask them to take the back door. Some of them were fired. Some of them were suspended. I am sure these groups of people from Lofa County University, they are not going to go with impunity. Because what am I saying this? There have been some level of political will, not in totality, that this president, for example, his own son from LTA, he was suspended. His own cousin. My understanding is that Steve Zago, the day his suspension lifted, he went there to go see the president, wear dress. He was disallowed before he could get home. He was gone. No car, that. MCSS, several other persons that we beat them on this platform. So for me, I see some level of political will. But this situation is just a matter of time. They will be gone, CEO. That's all I can say. This president keep them until his tenure come to an end. I can guarantee you then it will undermine his credibility in the fight against corruption. And I'm not too sure this president is willing to jeopardize his presidency for few groups of individuals who stole 400,000 and led them to stay. They will go. Because where it has reached, especially court indictment, maybe this week or next week, they will be gone. But what I suspect is that the president, he doesn't let when people talking for him to take action, he will wait, everybody forgets. Then one morning we'll just wake up, we'll see on Executive Mansion website. I'm not a prophet, but it will be gone very soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If the president want to wait till 2029 before you take action at a business, we'll talk about it. We cannot say that and say because we talk it so the president will not. You know that's the thing that destroying this government. Oh, because Spoon never talking, so the president will not take action. The president shouldn't take action. These are the guys that stealing the country money, and if we voice it, this is what we need to do. We need to say it. Then the president should be emboldened to take action because we are revealing to him the truth. If the president don't take action, they will say you listen to the network, you listen to media people. Yeah, media people part of the government. Media people need to speak. The president needs to dismiss them. You calling for suspension? Look at the charges against them. Look at the evidence that have been built up against them. But the president, every single day he waits. It's a day that he will regret why he didn't take action sooner. Every single day. The thing that made this worse, these guys are for in the president's backyard. Right, Emmanuel? They're for in the president's backyard. They put up from Cape Man, they are from Grand Bassa, they are from Bon County, they were from Foya, at Carriers Grave. They are family, they are related, their uncle and nephew. So how can the president waste out on this one? It should be done like yesterday. So my fellow Liberian, I don't know where you stand on this issue, but it's embarrassment for our president, Joseph Yimam Boakai. It's embarrassment for the men that the Liberian people supported. President Boakai. How can President Boakai go down? This president, look how the president look innocent. Look how the president look clean. Look how the president look sharp that he doesn't know anything about corruption. But then the president is up. He's in the photo where the men are stealing the university money. And the man is caught.
After the indictment, the man wanted to go take pictures.
The man wanted to visit the president after he was indicted. Look at these checks. And somebody can tell say, oh, yeah, if you keep on talking, then the paper will not fire that. No, I'm feeling telling you already. Like, paper not fire that. Like, paper business. I will talk it till 2029. And let paper keep in there till 2029. Folks, welcome to Spoon Talk. This is where you come, you say your own, I say my own. A beautiful show. We want to tell you guys, continue to share the program, like make progress. This is why we can hold back and we support you. For me, I'll tell you this. Let me say this though. I support President Boakai, but I will always be the one to tell the president, say, Papa, you're wrong. Uncle Joe, we got to reset yet. I don't worry what the folks saying. I'm in train. I am in this government, me. I'm there every day. I speak to all of them. But I always tell them the truth. And that's why the Liberian people appreciate us. So I come to you, you know, let's close on this or let's just move on. It's discouraging. One thing you said, Brother Ventura Patrick, I agree with. President Boakai will fire this man. While we're speaking, I just got a notification that these guys then gone. The guys they will fire them. They're gonna fire them, no if and about. You said suspend. Anyway, President Boakai called that suspension, right, Ventura Patrick. So it mean that you coming by, you suspended so that he cool. But they got them gone. They will not make it. So if you want to close this, we'll give you 30 seconds. Let's close on the carrier. Let's come back to you, sir. I'm receiving information, and it's so certain and so beautiful certain that these guys then gone like yesterday.
Well, like I indicated earlier, I think where I like to start from is Paul's question, whether there is a legal requirement for their removal. And the short answer to that, Paul, is no, because the Constitution provides, and I know citing the Constitution and the rules that guarantee people right, and then CEO will say, look, all that technicality you have to do with your law, we're not here for it. But normally I say when you stand accused, that's when these things are important, so that eventually, whatever the outcome is, we all can respect the openness and the transparency of the process. The Constitution provides that no human being should be deprived of life, liberty, property, except via due process. These guys are undergoing due process. These are bad allegations, heinous allegations. They went through a grand jury and they were indicted, which means the grand jury found that it is highly probable that they committed the acts for which they have been accused. Highly probable. However, they must go through a trial in order to establish whether indeed they did it or they didn't.
That's our argument. Right? Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. No. Stop. You're not in class here. You are not teaching Jefferson Chessing. We know that.
I'm not teaching.
No. We know that, Kanye. We know that. But our argument here is prior to all of the legal steps, right? We have an indictment. They went after them. The president should suspend. That's the tradition of this president. Don't give up bedtime story and say we must wait for.
I made that point earlier because a lot of people are saying, why aren't they dismissed? All right, why aren't they dismissed? And I believe that
we pass that. You will say our time here. We pass that. You know.
Okay,
no, I'm sorry, man. I'm trying to cut you off. You know I respect you, but you try to play Calais on us here. You know. Tomorrow to teach Jefferson Chessing, you can lecture on that one. I can't explain. Let's bring you on, man. They got always come on the show to come out there. We don't know the simple thing. Not because my up part of a lawyer, so we know law. Like Glennie would say.
Article 56A of the Liberian Constitution as an antithesis to what the lawyer said. These appointed officials work in accordance to the pleasure of the president. At his pleasure, 56A in the last lines. So the president has that authority. Those who work in accordance to the will and his pleasure. At the end of the day, if the president sees people violating or in rampant corruption, it could be the pleasure of the president under Article 56A. That means the president loves it. That's why they are there, because they work in accordance to the pleasure of the president. But frankly speaking, to appoint someone to two separate positions between April and August, it raises concern that the president has absolute confidence in such a person. Appointing him to the Commission on Higher Education as Deputy Executive Director for Operation, Dr. Porter took him and carried him and made him president of the Lofa University. It shows that in the LSCC report, he even alleged or confirmed that he transferred money to the Broadcast Foundation. He should have been dismissed long since. Just by that allegation, and those involved with the Broadcast Foundation should be investigated by the LSCC. They should not only investigate it, they all should be indicted by the LSCC. That's impartial justice and not partial justice. So I don't care how we sugarcoat it. Any action by the president tonight, tomorrow morning is belated. The president must not sit because people discuss it or they don't discuss it. He sees it. Who told you the president is not aware? After the man was indicted by the LSCC, the president reads the newspaper, except Kuda says something, sometimes he doesn't. But after he was indicted, the president went and took a picture with the man. The man ran back to the people and said, hey, I told you, I cannot be suspended. Went to a senior staff meeting, confirmed that the president cannot touch him. He's untouchable. He's a sacred cow in the administration. Okay, and then we'll sit and clap, and somebody said maybe because Stanton discussing this, so they were not act, or maybe they were act. It's a joke. Any action by the president is belated, as far as I'm concerned. So again, Stanton, thank you for my 30 seconds. I won't be the candidate who will go 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Paul, let me, this is troubling, Paul. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Stanton. So what I'm hearing now is there are no legal provisions under our law that mandates the suspension, removal, or administrative leave on people who are indicted, but more or less is done based on at the preference of the president at his own prerogative. Having said that, I think what we should be looking at now would be the standard of ethics. So if I'm in the position of an appointed position by the president, and there's an alleged misconduct on my part, as a sound, morally ethical person, you should recuse yourself from the position you hold until investigations are held to vindicate you before you can come back to position. Now, but it's not binding on you to do that. We need to be clear here. Our laws don't make it binding on you to say, Paul Kennedy, as the executive director of this place, since there's an allegation of corruption, you must recuse yourself under our laws, because there are no laws. And where there are no laws that prohibit certain actions, it's only incumbent now on the person who sits in that position. So at this point, it is only up to the president to say these individuals who have violated this law will be put on administrative leave, will be suspended, or even further dismissed based on the president's own preference and prerogative. Somebody needs to correct me, and that's the issue that a lot of people have. We're having a sitting president establishing a foundation. It has some, why it is not wrong. It has some very keen ethical issue. It speaks to transparency issue, because when the President Foundation is coming around, the fact that, according to, like Akara said, for you to even make a donation to the President Foundation from a university fund, when the university itself is struggling for money, that's a misapplication or misappropriation of money. That's corruption in itself, right? But is he going to be prosecuted based on that? The only person who can prosecute him is the president, of course. And if he's making a donation to the President Foundation, so there is
Thank you, Paul.
There's a quick pro quo and a whole lot of ethical issue here that we really need to be careful with. Thank you, Stanton.
Paul, thank you. Let's be very clear. Except something happened overnight, everything we are saying on the show is true, but it's going to be embarrassing. We are receiving information that the president will want to wait after the trial to remove those guys. Can you imagine? We are receiving information that the president will want to wait after the full trial.
Which is discretionary to the president, because there's no law.
Paul, we're not talking about law. We are talking about precedent that was set. And this is embarrassing.
And the policy by the president.
If we all can come on this show and beat on other individuals and the president suspended them, what's so important about these guys from Lofa County University with the amount of over 400,000? We are receiving credible information that the president would love to wait after the full trial before he can remove them if they are found guilty. Fubi, what say you?
Yeah, so firstly, to Paul's point about president should not have foundation. The foundation was established before the man became president, so he will not shut the foundation down because he's president. And so he will have to continue, but people making donations to it, we don't expect, like you said rightly, a struggling university to be giving funds that meant for the university to the foundation. For whatever reason that was done, they need to go and explain it in court as they have been indicted. Because I don't think the fund given to them was intended for the JMB Foundation. And the foundation is open to a lot of goodwill. Just by being president, a lot of people gave some goodwill support to the foundation. So you don't actually need a struggling university to divert its funds to the foundation. And also, like CEO said, right, the precedents that have been set, people will expect to see it continue. And also, waiting for the case to be concluded before taking action, that will send a different message. So people looking at the precedent that have been set in previous cases similar to this, and we also expect to see that happen. So we'll all call on the president that you should exercise the same wise judgment that you have exercised in the past, and relieve the guys of their post, let them go and answer to their charges, and once if the court vindicates them, they're free to go back. You can reinstate them, but at least if you don't want to outrightly suspend them, dismiss them, which is your right to do, you can also suspend them and give them the opportunity. It is prudent that even if they can, if there's no law binding, but it's prudent to step aside once you are charged, for corruption allegation linked to a particular institution that you're working to your position, to allow the trial to go on freely. It's not prudent to do that. So morality will call for that to happen. So we expect to see that happen. So we hope the president will take cue from this, take action.
Again, folks, this is so embarrassing. See that?
But I just you're calling me layman. I say, when I call me layman.
Oh, okay. So let's just get back on the issue here. This is concerning. So yeah, the President Barker will wait. Now, when it comes to Lofa, he will wait. Emmanuel Chesing, Dr. Bople, Fundela Patrick. I was agreeing with you, VP, that he will suspend these people. But the information saying the president is very adamant. The reason why he have not taken action, except he changed his mind, that he will wait after the full trial. And that information reaching to me is scary. Jefferson, this is not what we expect from the president, though.
Not at all. Given the fact that he suspended other people on mere investigation reports, like the folks at the LTA and other places in government, those people were suspended based on mere investigative reports. And I would have hoped that by now, these guys would have been suspended by the president if he had good reason to remove and disassociate himself with corruption. But I think the president has agreed to be a part of the corruption scandal in Lofa County. And this shouldn't even be happening because there are other people in this government who we do know are being protected by the president's office. We know that this guy was recommended by the current Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, and that it is the current Minister of State that is protecting this guy. So I'm sure the two things happening. The president is complicit in this act, or he does not have the mechanism around him to know about what's happening in the country. And if any of these are the case, then we are in deep trouble. Because it's bad for the president not to be fully informed or on top of his game about what's happening within the country. He should be updated by his staff so that he will take action appropriately. Moreover, this guy has his personal deep ties with the president. If the president doesn't suspend his sentence, it sends a strong message to the Liberian people that the president is cherry-picking in the fight against corruption. Instead, I want to tell you, thank you for your show. You're doing extremely well. Every time you bring up these kind of topics and discuss corruption that is systematic in this government, the president takes action. And that is very good for your show, Stanton. Don't mind the people around the president. They hate it because the more you talk, the more the president will take action. So let's keep talking, keep discussing it. They don't want the president to take action. That's why they keep saying.
Jefferson, though you appreciate your network that you're on now, but I disagree with you. The current chief of staff to the president had nothing to do with this recommendation. That I can tell you. Hold on. I don't need to dig deep. I know I'm in deep, so I don't need to dig deep because I'm in deep. And I would just tell you that let's just erase that. I mean, that's your information. I am not saying anything, and that you're lying. You say your own and I say my own, but I can openly say that current chief of staff to the president has nothing to do with this recommendation. But again, I do appreciate your
or your opinion here. Emmanuel Josh, let's hear you, sir. Emmanuel, we're not hearing you, my friend.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, be careful.
Sorry,
You're going to an election with Leon, though. Is that how you behave? You have to be very careful.
Thank you, Stanton. But what is deeply concerning is the positions and of the people who were the 11 people who were indicted. You had the former president of the community college, the current president of the community college, the vice president of administration, the board chair, the former controller, the board co-chair. So this is a systematic issue, and the president. I don't think that changing only depends on changing the president of the university. I think the president should re-examine the member of the board of the community college and the entire leadership structure, because according to the Liberian, to the Anti-Corruption Commission, and indicting them for $410,000, these people were involved. So I think that's the first thing that we have to look at. It's a systematic thing. Dr. Brobler raised an issue about things coming in the university. One of the challenging things about Liberian university system, and Dr. Brobler is in the system, and he can correct that, is that besides knowledge, I don't think that university in Liberia produce anything else. And that is unfair to the country too. And that's why the leaders of the university now have to start thinking that when you are developing intellectual property in the university, you should be developing other things, consultancy, or how they call it, businesses should be run by the university in order for the university, the University of Community College to survive. But again, I'm very, very concerned about the fact that $55,471 is claimed to have been paid to the JMB Foundation. And we need to stop this. We need to, I hope it's wrong. It is not true. But if it is true, I think the first step the president can take is to call the head of his foundation to ask if they received that check and to return the check back to the community college. And then, as Kara said, the investigation can be done. But if I was the president, I would ask for that check if the check was paid and have that check returned. If the check was not paid, the JMB Foundation should come up tomorrow, make a public statement.
But let me interrupt you, Emmanuel. Guys, let's be engaged in here. With this allegation that the president-owned foundation is in the question, right? And the president is saying, I will wait for the full trial to be completed before we suspend these guys or fire them. Something that we have not seen under the JMB presidency. How can the president, his relationship with Dr. Asi and the Right Reverend Bishop, say we're going to leave them alone? We'll not touch them. But the president-owned foundation is in question. This is conflicting. This is a very serious issue that I think the folks in Unity Party should advise the president to do the needful. Emmanuel, how can the president, we are receiving a very important information that the president said he will wait after the full trial. This is weakening LSCC. I mean, it just killed LSCC momentum.
And hopefully, the president is listening to us tonight, or his handlers will allow him to listen to the show later on this evening or tomorrow morning, for him to understand that he's conflicted in this matter. He's the president, but he conflicted. His foundation received $55,471. That's why I'm thinking that if I was one of the handlers, I'm definitely going to be on the phone tonight calling the foundation to confirm whether they received this check. And if they did not receive the check, to make a public statement tomorrow. But the president is conflicted based on this information that have been released. And therefore, his handler should actually be speaking to him that, Mr. President, your foundation is indicted in this matter, and you need to do something about it. Perhaps they are not giving him the right information, but definitely that's what's supposed to happen. And that's the reason what I say every night, that when you consider an alternative national Congress government led by Alexander B. Cummings, this thing who have been nipping above long time ago, because corruption would be zero tolerant. And I don't think the Cummings Foundation would be receiving $55,000 from a community college that is struggling to survive, and perhaps have not started producing anything to keep is in its for it to survive. I mean, there are teachers to be paid. There are students that have to have for the material they need to do research, and $55,000 is being taken to the GMB Foundation. They have to explain to us.
Dr. George, thank you very much. Dr. Bobla, look at Mamo, the suspended superintendent from MCSS. Just imagine, James Mamo. He was suspended because of massive allegation. The education part, teachers are not getting paid on an MCSS. They increased the teachers. The president got mad and the president suspended him after we blew the alarm. But why will you keep these guys over there to destroy the country and your legacy, by the way? And these people from your county, and you appointed them. The man, this guy we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, let's give you a little background. Yes, at some point in time, he lived with President Bouakai. At some point in time, he's like a son to President Bouakai.
He should not even been appointed under the code of conduct.
He lived with President Bouakai.
Yeah, he should not.
So then what's going on here if these stories are coming up and the president says, I will not touch him? The president is saying that these things are politically motivated, that the president argument. Can you imagine? I am saying this because the president is saying these allegations that went to LACC that brought forth an indictment. The president, Joseph Yeman Boakai, is saying that this president is saying it is politically motivated against the person that lived with him. So he doesn't believe this allegation. So it means that he doesn't believe LACC. And this is getting deeper. The president doesn't believe LACC. He says it's politically motivated. The institution, the integrity institution that we all should support and strengthen, the president doesn't believe LACC. He says politically motivated. Dr. Bouakai gave up. Talk to me.
Stanton, I imagine that we'll hear from the government in another day or so. The people who get appointed by the president serve at the will and pleasure of the president, but to serve the people. And to me, if you're indicted and you have to go to court, and at the same time you're running a higher ed institution, you are embroiled in a tremendous distraction for the institution. It is not profitable to be in that position. In fact, if the president doesn't remove you, you should step down, take some time off and focus on the legal battle. That's how I would approach it. But I think the president will respond to this matter. The other part of this is the foundation. The people who run the foundation for the president need to do a better job. And the president need to be clear with his handler of the foundation. There's nothing wrong with foundation that does good for the country, but you got to have clear demarcation. When you are in public service, you cannot just muddy the water, just everything shady. And we all know the power of the presidency in this country. So those who run the foundation need to be as transparent as possible. They need to come to the public and say, yeah, we got the money. No, we didn't get the money. And nobody needs to be taking public dollars and giving to the foundation. The foundation need to run off monies they raised, and they be transparent, they be clear, and let the public know where the resources are coming from, because it will also affect the president, his work, and his reputation. There's some good intentions can have bad outcome if you don't manage them well. So I hope that the foundation thing will be straight, but I really hope that the government will speak to this matter, and the people at the university need to stand down, focus on the legal matter, and let the university focus on educating the young people in Lofa.
Dr. Bobla, thank you very much. That brings it Fendera. Fendera, I saw a few, maybe last week or so when you were on, maybe 2 weeks, you raised this issue, but we didn't give it a lot of attention at the time. because we're trying to give the government a chance to act. Now that we are discussing it, let's say for the second time on this, how serious is this when it comes to the war on corruption, VP?
So let me state categorically here that the intentionality of the president to go after individuals presumed or found culpable of stealing money, sometimes based on public opinion, sometimes based on GAC audit and LACC investigation. It is important to say he's making some steps. When I said I reflect, somebody talk about Dr. Porter and the rest of the people, the president has a relationship with them. No president will appoint you when they don't know you, especially to strategic position. There must be trust, there must be confidence. So his appointment, especially when he was appointed at National Commission on Higher Education and later on sent to Lofa County University, there must be trust and confidence. But look, like I said before, you go up, you come down, the president will fire these people. In fact, if this president refuses to fire them or suspend them, he has contradicted himself. It will be presumed that he's walking in contradiction, and he will not do that. He will not. I'll give you an example. His own cousin, nephew, the former immigration boss. Nobody expected that Ahmed will go after suspension 3 months. He will come back. But guess what? He came back well-dressed. And he was disallowed. The next day, they said, no, we don't want you back in the system. Do you know how many persons that are very close to this president, they eat? This president is no different from Ellen. I'm told that former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf sat with one minister, they ate breakfast while he was going to work, and he was on the executive mansion. You know, to be a president of the country.
So for that, let's get to the play. Let's stop the two we already know.
Some
VP, we got a problem here. VP, stop lecturing us. Stop lecturing us. Let's come to the Lofa issue. Yeah, let's come to the issue. Stop sweet talking us.
I'm not lecturing you.
Yeah, but you're telling us who the president going to eat with and who you're going to lecture with. Let's talk about the issue. The man is involved in corruption as per the integrity institution.
I'm trying to tell you that the statement that you're receiving.
Why is it still there when the president on the first note?
Information
don't blame us because of your slow internet, my man. We here with 715G. You still get 2G. Don't blame us about that. We're moving. You're slow. Your internet is very slow. We are moving. Yeah, you gotta wait. We pause for 5 seconds before you hear us. We won't waste our time on that, my man. Try to get us get internet or Starlink, something like that. You won't save our time. Your internet is very slow. I can slap you right now and go come back. You won't do nothing because your internet is slow. That the Pope have improved his internet. No, he hearing us sharp, but you stay in the dark. We'll come out of Vandala, man. Russell, the man internet slow, Russell. Everything I said, the man, the man got to rewind. You got to rewind it before you hear it because a poor internet.
Yeah, let me talk now.
You see he waiting. Go ahead.
Yes. So I'm saying to you that suspension pending investigation is in the spirit of good governance. Because if these individuals remain in office, they could tamper with witnesses. Because the court will go to the school and get witnesses to testify against them or in favor of them. So they could tamper with the witnesses. And that's why it's imperative for them to be suspended. If they go to court and they are not found guilty, this president is also under obligation to reappoint them. It was being clear that, look, Mr. President, you suspended me for nothing. We went to court, I won the case, reinstate me. And so this president will be under obligation. So that's why it's important for them to be suspended pending investigation. It's in the spirit of good governance. Suspending you doesn't mean you are guilty. It is still an allegation. But you cannot be indicted and you are still placing your hands on state resources. You could use the money to even fund your indictment. You could bribe people. And that's why it's important for you to be removed or suspended. If the president still had confidence in you, they will bring you back. But honestly, no, thank you for the internet. I will need to work on that.
Thank you, VP. No, we will say it all the time. We are very, very sorry for you. Russell, thank you very much. I can announce on the show what we're talking about this issue on corruption, Russell. We have another issue that we have to bring to the spotlight, but we got to leave from this one, though. You remember the superintendent in Bapolu County? He was indicted. You remember that? And he was taken to court. He's in court right now. He got a lawyer. His name is Sam. What's his name? Sam Zina. That's his name, right? Sam Zina, right? Paul, the superintendent in your county, Sam Zina Paul. Is that his name?
Yes, Honorable Sam Zina.
Yeah, so Sam Zina is still on his job. Now, if something is happening, Sam Zina, I'm not saying Sam Zina is guilty like these other people, but Sam Zina is still on his job as superintendent. Listen to Bodo Kana and listen to our reporter. Let's talk, and then we'll make progress, Brother Russell.
Immediate and get back to me about the superintendent and others that are involved in the issue of the yellow machines in our county. I received my return copy, going through the investigation. After the investigation, the minister was not around when the report came out. As the minister designate that will be confirmed by the Liberian Senate.
So you are hearing the issue about Sam Zina. We played a video yesterday when Botokana spoke about the government unwillingness to even suspend Sam Zina, the superintendent. What's going on? Winfrey, Russell, thank you for joining us. Our brother Emmanuel said your ticket will be waiting for you at the door when you get there, you and your special date, and ANC will be willing to host you. But let's talk on this issue, sir.
Yes, my special date is a cameraman, is a photojournalist. Who is interested in accompanying me to try to help with the coverage and get some information for this network. So I'm glad that he is going to be my special guest. Yeah.
Okay.
But no, I know this is interesting and frankly really sad. But I know I came in while you all were discussing the issue around the President's Foundation, and it's something that I know you may have exhausted that topic, but I want to make a point because I think it's significant. It is critically important, Joe, that even in this country, in the U.S., all these presidents have foundation, but Stanton, they suspend all operations of the foundation. Even the current president, Donald Trump, his foundation is sort of moribund while he's in office. It's just so to avoid conflict of interest and ethics violation. There's strict guidelines, and the President Foundation cannot raise money, do not raise money or receive any donation while he is in office. So that's something that I remember when President Boyka's foundation, when it was announced that his foundation was coming alive and it was going to be active, because I remember he did have the foundation after he became vice president, and after he left office, his foundation was very active and doing a lot of things. And so when he took office, and then there was word out there that his foundation was actively traveling with him and raising money and collecting funds. People raised alarm about that. People complained about that. And rightfully so. The foundation should not be actively raising money or receiving donation while the president is in office. It is unacceptable, and it is something that we need to push back against. He can activate his foundation, you know, when he leaves office. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf Foundation, as far as I know, I mean, I stand corrected, was not actively involved in raising funds while she was in office. And there's no reason why this President Bouakai, should be doing this. I mean, it cannot continue like this. I mean, it's a clear violation.
Yeah, so we want to say thanks to all of you for contributing on this issue. It is very much concerning. I can say this to everyone, that if you remember our own friend, Sam Zena, that's his name, the superintendent of Wapolu County, the indictment is here. Even if it is not, the issue of writ of arrest for him too. They weren't looking for him. These are serious issues. You see in the document. They said, go after him, arrest him. He went to court, he got a lawyer, we got the document. But President Bouakai, is he selective? Is President Bouakai selective as to who he would go after? You know, it's surprising to know that the president fought on corruption is limited to only opposition members. People that supported him, he would not go after you. So if the president failed to suspend these guys, pending the full, investigation and court process, then the president he's failed on the fight on corruption. I mean, you can be anybody out there, for or against, but be for Liberia. This is not good concerning President Bouakai. President Yumane is defending the people from Lofa. Who is defending the people from Wapolu County? Thomas Fala. They are telling President Bouakai, say, don't fire the guy, that's our man. President Bouakai have to listen to himself. But for the president to say, I will wait after the full trial, it is concerning. Who does that? We can outline to everybody the president, he was immediate. He suspended them. When he come down in his own backyard, he said, you'll wait after full trial. So we'll see. We'll wait again tomorrow. We'll announce it again. But just to recap, folks, we have the bishop, the right bishop. The allegation that he stole the people money. All these checks. He's the chairman for the board from Lofa County University. The right bishop and this individual called Isaac. They stole the university money. The university is poor. Teachers not getting paid. But these guys, then they are protected by the president, Jose Yuman Bouakai. After the indictment, the young man came to see the president. The president welcomed him. The president said, you are doing a good job for what? Stealing the people money? The same thing happened in Wapolu County, Sam Zena. Look at his indictment, rate of arrest. So what do you have the LCC? That will end where I carry grade, then we'll move on. We got a lot of conversation today. What do we have the LCC? Why? We have the LCC when they come to you and say, Mr. President, we find it there. No, we ain't going to listen to you. So what? Let's dissolve the LCC. Let's just dissolve the LCC. There's no need to put millions of dollars in the LCC if you cannot help them and strengthen them. And I think this is dereliction of duty on the president part. This is failure on the president part. And this thing will harm the president if he doesn't act and act down. I don't agree. Close this segment, and then we'll move to the next one, sir.
Yes, well, rightfully said, the policy of this government on corruption has been to suspend, to remove, to replace. That is the clear-cut pleasure of the President of the Republic of Liberia under Article 56A. The failure of the President to first act on someone who was part of his household. Even the Code of Constitution, the Code of Conduct frowns on appointing your household. Besides your children, somebody who live with you, you should not influence that appointment or your appointment. Granted that the president stay appointed into two separate positions. And the strongest allegation is that he transferred money to the president's foundation. that is sufficient enough for replacement. Automatic replacement, not just suspension, like you did other people. Replacing automatically, put your foundation on a strong investigation because it has a bearing on your image. One could argue that you instructed the president of the university to transfer that money to your foundation as president because you may have that influence. You have that influence. For me to hear that someone say or they say that he will not even act, even if the act is belated. But do I believe that the president will act? I don't believe with the compelling evidence. And this president has failed to act. There's someone even talk about Babolu. I got issue with the lawmakers too. Because they only talk about Babolu. What's about local? Why are they not talking about this man? Like you said, maybe other lawmakers have interest in him. So the other guy in Babolu will be sacrificed probably because lawmakers are not protecting him, maybe. So they are talking about him. You cannot talk about one person and leave the other person off when similar crimes are the same in terms of suspension or replacement. So Dr. Porter, somebody say dignity, he should step aside. Or he should suspend. No. The biggest burden is upon the president of the Republic of Liberia. It's not incumbent upon him. Some people will say, Lord, that job here, I spend my money, I got to get my money back, so I will stay there the longest time. I sponsor the campaign, so I will stay there once the president does not touch me. So there are certain, it says a lot about the government. There are certain people that are sacred cows in this government. They are untouchables. You cannot touch them. That's why it says, because President Boyka will run after Emma Glasgow because she's from the opposition. He will run after Suakoko because he doesn't know well.
Great, thank you.
Israel, forget about the people at LTA. Okay, you run after different group of people, and then you say you're fighting corruption, you're striking corruption with your hand. While your own household, your family member, your biological son, technically,
thank you, Greg.
Your son.
Great, thank you. We thank you, Honorable Akaris Gray. And if you follow, great, thank you. If you follow the LDCC, this is serious concerning the LDCC folks. If you follow the LDCC, you'll come to realize that something seriously happened here. Listen to Alexandra Zoe from LDCC. Those investigations that were concluded, right? And the action of the president is kind of too quiet. Is this president in charge? Is President Boyka in charge of things that happen in the country? Is he willingly, knowingly being quiet? That it's okay for him to be quiet. Enough is enough. I mean, is this president really fighting holistically? Is he really fighting corruption? Let's just listen to Alexandra Zoe when she appeared on me.
And the time frame. So we identified 15 cases. Out of the 15 cases, we concluded investigation into 6 cases. We concluded investigation into the Ministry of Health FARA project. We concluded investigation into the National Water and Sanitation and Hygiene Commission, the WASH Commission, current officials of that commission. We concluded investigation into the Liberia Agriculture Commodity Regulatory Authority, the LACRA. We concluded investigation into the Monrovia Consolidated School System, MCSS case. We concluded investigation into the National Fishery and Aquaculture Authority, the NAFA case. And we concluded investigation into the Bureau of State Enterprises case. So the total possible loss to government from these investigations that we have identified is United States $6,534,000 and Liberian dollars $17,966,000. Imagine if these money were used for the.
So you see what corruption would do. You see the serious thing here. This is concerning. This is seriously concerning. The concluded investigation, Ministry of Health, WASH, LACRA, MCSS, NAFA,
and that of the Bureau of State Enterprise. Would those foundings be buried? Would the president act? Would the president take action? Or have the president decided to say, that's it, we're fine? These other investigations that were completed, like the Lofa investigation that now they're going to court, the Bopolu, Malabaran people, is this how we would settle on these allegations? And would the president be complicit? This is on President Bouakai. This is on President Bouakai. Is this the leadership that we hope for? Is this the leadership that we thought was coming on day one to fight corruption? What is happening here? May God save our state as we move on. I want to say some good news, probably some good news. Let's get to it. We have spoken of the other news, which is bad on the president. But let's get to what we are hearing. I just put this in. The Turkish airline probably will be doing business with Liberia. And, you know, starting next year, they have, this is developing story. I'd like to say to all of you, we can now say that Stephen Johnson boss, this guy, and the department, the entity, Stephen Johnson, our friend, they are doing everything they can to bring up some hope in this industry. You know, we beat on this government, but these little things do we add to encourage the government. So I want to say to you, my Liberian people, probably we're going to be having the Turkish airline running through and flying through to and fro to Liberia. I want to say, what's this say about some of the little good things that is happening in the government? We spoke about the bad thing, the fight against corruption is down. But when we woke up today and we saw the information coming up from the Turkish airline advances discussion for flight to Liberia. They are advancing the discussion for flight to Liberia. And this is the high-level delegation from the Turkish airline. And today, with the Director General of Liberia Civil Aviation Authority, the LCAA, Julius Dennis, they met him today and they further discussed regarding the potential introduction of Turkish airline flight to Monrovia and the Rawa International Airport. So we say that, man, this is a good thing. From that end, you know, one bad, one good, we got to discuss it. Guys, let's talk about this. They're advancing serious conversation here. What say you, Paul Kennedy?
I think it's welcoming news for our country and for the United Party government on their efforts to, you know, open opportunity. I mean, every day we talk about tourism. You cannot have a vibrant tourism industry when there are no planes coming to your country. That is for sure. Except you are moving the people around from Babolu, you're bringing them to Lopa to see Lopa to go back. Except you are doing that internal tourism. Tourism is to attract foreign investment to your country, foreign national to your country. So the first way you do that is to begin to enhance systems that will actually facilitate the mobility or movement of those people. And one of that is the, you know, air travels. Air travels, you know, the more planes you get in Liberia, the better it is for the tourism industry. And they should extend that to, you know, to building other infrastructure, putting up some really good hotels, partnering with you know, a private partnership to set up some of these infrastructure. Because listen, there are a lot of Liberians, most of the Liberians are very poor. Even the ones who sit in America here cannot produce the wealth, the kind of money that is needed to build infrastructure in the country. To be able to do that, government has to allocate a way of helping people, partnering with Liberian own initiative to do some of these things. So I think this is a good effort, good deal on behalf of the government. Looking forward to let them talk to other airlines, because the more you have, the better it's for our country. I think it's a welcoming news for the country. Thank you, Stanton.
No, thank you very much, guys. And listen, let's say so and say so. Chief Fubi Henry, I believe that this is unique from my end. The work that the LCAA is doing, and, you know, trying their best. Though we have some issue with them, but they have improved somewhat to bring in more of these things in Liberia. Early next year, as we, you know, following this story seriously, probably Turkish airline will be running to Liberia, pick up in passenger. This is huge. We are talking about one of the best out there, the Turkish airline. I mean, look at Julius Dennis, and we have our issue with him, but he's cool like hell. And that of our own friend Steven Johnson, they're doing that which is right to just push this thing for Liberia. And Fubi, what say you? To me, this is a beautiful news coming out of that entity.
Yeah, traveling Africa is a real difficult thing to do. Moving from one point to another, sitting down in transit sometimes for 2-3 hours for a journey that you can just take maybe 30 minutes or 1 hour. You go and waste your time. You take a whole day route. Like for me, for example, living from here to Liberia, I start my journey as early as 5 in the morning, and I arrive Liberia as late as 6. It's vice versa. Leaving in Liberia also as early as 5 or 4 in the morning and arriving here at about 3 something. And so it's a real difficult task. So having these kind of multiple airlines, especially a credible airline like Turkish Air coming to Liberia, that's a plus. And I think it will help to shorten some of the travel time for some other locations. And I think that's something that we should all commend the aviation team for doing, and we look forward to seeing more of such to help to boost, like Paul said, also help to boost the tourism, because if people want to come to your country, they want to come with some credible flights and also on shorter routes, and knowing that a credible airline is flying in, it helps to drive traffic to your country as well.
Thank you, Fubi. I mean, certainly you are quite correct, my brother Fubi Herod. We're going to bring you in, Jefferson Chelsea. Let's talk about this one, a very important story here about the expansion of our own aviation system around the world. Talk to us.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a good idea, but we want to say thanks to the MNG Gold, the Turkish investor that's operating in our country. They have been the one who is actually leading this negotiation and pushing for the Turkish airline to start their flights to Liberia, and there hasn't been any confirmed date of commencement of the flight, so we still look forward to that. But yes, it's a good thing, Stanton, and we are happy to hear this. And thanks to MNG Gold for pushing this and making this to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Emmanuel, I don't know. Thanks to MSC Joe. What the hell we got to worry about MSC Go? We talk about
it's
government.
The company that is,
but where you finish? You finish. I mean, just be a man. Be a man. Yeah, don't be a chick. Thanks to MSC Go for what? Now what country bringing that in? Just tell the government thank you. Now MSC Go bring that in with all the approval from the government. MSC Go can do just.
Government spokesman.
You guys say thanks to MSC Go. You fit it. MSC Go where? That MSG you will go eat. But Emmanuel, let's talk something good here, man. MSC Go. That MSC Go to get our country. We talk about what our country do. They say MSC Go.
They are the one leading the discussion.
Yeah, they are the one leading it, but we bring it in. And thanks to the aviation LCAA. Emmanuel, let's hear you. You'll go eat MSG. You put MSG in your cassava. Emmanuel, talk to us, man.
First, let me congratulate the Liberian Aviation Authority for the time and energy in attracting another international airline to our country. I think it's commendable. It gave Liberian travelers opportunity to select from more than or 2 major airlines when they want to travel. But we must remember that these companies are in business. They are there to make profit. And as much as we attract them, we should also work towards creating an environment. Dr. Brobler alluded to that earlier. Currently, between 2023 and 2024, 78.9% of those who apply for U.S. visas were denied visa. That's a high rate of denial. That is a high rate of people who should be traveling on those airlines. Besides that, the baggage claim area, if they can look at that at the airport, would be very, very great to think about. But we need to create the environment. when we attract these airlines for them to make profit. Again, there's a lot of Liberians who travel to, a lot of Liberian females who travel to China and other countries to bring goods and services, goods back to the country, which is very great. And they will need, this opportunity will be good for them. But again, we must create the environment that more Liberians can travel and more people can come to our country so that these airlines can make profit. Because once they stop making profit, the business is going to go away. So yes, attract, but also create the environment to make money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bobler?
So the conversation and the information we're receiving is encouraging. So we'll wait to hear more. Clearly, airline is good for the economy. Not only does it facilitate, hard currency in and out of the country, particularly in our case, but also helps with movement, and movement helps with economic development. It will be interesting to see the route. If we were to seal this deal, what the route would be for Turkish Airlines. But I think it's good for the country, and I hope we can move forward. I do hope, though, that it's not one of those shabby deals where at the end of the day, Liberia get the short end of the stick. But Julius Dennis is a very experienced airline professional, and I expect that he will lead the way, and it will be a healthy, balanced, mutually beneficial arrangement if we get to that point for the country. So we'll see what happens. I think overall it's good news for Liberia.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bobler. Thank you. My brother Vandetta Patrick.
Yeah, so thank you, CEO. It's commendable to see international flights resuming, at the Rabas International Airport. Least we forget, Liberia used to be a hub for, a strategic point, in the aviation sector in West Africa, I'm sure after the war, we were affected. I'm hearing that these international airlines are resuming operations in Liberia, specifically the Turkish airline. It's good. I want to see a lot of them that used to be at British Caledonia, Turkish airline, they are back now. It's good, but it is important for us to emphasize this. I'd like to make a reference to M. Murad. They have been very disrespectful. I flew with them on many occasions. Very disrespectful. When they come here in Liberia, they will behave good. But when you transit in Casablanca, the arrogance, it can be too much. Poor communication, poor customer service. I think it's deliberate because the more time you spend at their airport, you spend a lot of money. The last time I almost got in a fist fight with one of them. We are speaking English, he's speaking Spanish to us. And we almost miss our flight to the United States. Do you know what it means when you miss your flight because of poor communication? It's not on the stream and they are not communicating with you. And when you miss your flight, do you know the consequences? So the LCAA needs to work on that, not just to bring people here. I want them to hold Air Murad accountable. And these people that are coming, we need to warn them. The misplacement of baggage. People come from, during December, they come into Liberia, and somebody tell you, say, your baggage is not, on the flight. And sometimes you may not even get it. But when you are flying to the United States, you don't experience that. Everything is in tight. But when you are coming to Liberia, it's a whole different thing.
Every day you get complaint about this.
I love the idea to see them coming. These are things we need to put into place.
Every day you get complaint with these people. Oh man, I told you, CEO for Mr. Recruit. Is that the cell phone company that the flight now? Not the flight that will be the Keke Rado. It's not the Keke Rado. Then that people there. Every day you get complaint. Oh. But thank you very much, my brother. Let's hear you on this. Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, let me just say something quickly. Please, Winfrey, I'm begging you, please. CEO, imagine the pain. Maybe you have not experienced that. You live in the UN, there's no delay as compared here. But if I miss a flight to Casablanca, only because they did not provide the information, I had to pay $300 in 2022. Why I never had money on my card? So, I mean, these things are unnecessary. And leaving your luggage behind when they reach to Liberia, they say they can't find it. If you are coming here for wedding, maybe you bring in somebody wedding clothes, you bring in food, everybody's standing waiting for Christmas clothes, and they tell you say the baggage is.
You're right. Thank you very much. No, you're right. If you don't have money, you'll be. If you don't have money, if you don't have money, you'll be stranded. Don't take anything for anybody when you're traveling. We always give the announcement. When you're traveling, if you didn't pack that suitcase, don't take it with you. They can pay you extra money. Don't do it. Don't bring it with you. Don't take it with you. It's very dangerous to do so. If somebody yes, sir.
I don't want to ask VP though. We got the people there that speak Arabic, they speak French, they speak English. You say they're speaking Spanish. Who you are listening to that people, man? That you make sure fly in Casablanca. If they speak English, they speak French.
No, Doc, they do speak Spanish too. You know.
No, they do speak small Spanish.
Listen,
they are multilingual.
Yeah, they do.
I know that. I fly through there all the time. But VP are listening.
But the best thing you guys can do.
What I'm saying is that the problem. What I'm saying. The arrogance, they don't talk to you, they don't even regard us. I mean, be honest. Maybe you have not experienced that. You talk to them, they are walking away. Hey, stop.
But hey, Patrick, though, VP, I think you're right. VP, I think you're right. I think the reason why Dr. Bopler don't experience it, he go through business class. But if you buy your ticket on the free market and you beg for discount, like what happened to you? That's what Dr. Bopler don't experience it. Let's go.
Thank you. No, as we all have said, I mean, this is positive news, positive development. It's great to see this. I mean, of course, it will help to enhance our fledgling tourism industry for sure. I've flown Turkish Airlines quite a bit. It's a great airlines. They have a very large fleet, modern fleet. Flew them, Emmanuel, all the time from Kano to Istanbul, from Istanbul to Minneapolis, or Chicago and then Minneapolis. So it's a good thing that the more we can get a lot of these internationally reputable airlines to come through, I mean, it will be a great thing. And they have a large West African footprint. I know they fly to about 4 cities in Nigeria and Accra. So a route connection might be, pretty easy. And it's a hugely profitable airlines. As of last year, I think they reported about $22 billion in revenue, their revenue intake. So it's a stable, profitable airline. And I mean, like someone said, I mean, true, they are big, they are profitable, they well networked, but they were coming there for business. So, but their fares from Nigeria, their fares were pretty reasonable. So they're probably on the same level at like an Ethiopian airline. They were bigger than Ethiopian. They're like by 11 in the world. But their fare structure is pretty decent. Their rates are pretty decent. So it's a good thing to see them coming. So we should applaud this decision and kudos to our good friend there, Mr. Johnson, and pushing this. I think I did hear they're also negotiating to run the James Spriggsteen Airport too as well, to do some renovation, of that airport. But I do agree with you, Dr. George, that the baggage handling facility at the airport, the Roberts International Airport, needs major improvement. The whole baggage carousel, the loitering, and people we need like really, really serious, especially if we are going to become a tourist destination and a lot of people coming in. I mean, all those little things we need to improve, to get from the gate to from where you where to drop you off from the lobby area or the check-in to the gate, almost about 10 persons have to look at your passport and check you out and all that kinds of stuff. I mean, it just, I mean, there are a lot of processes, have to be revamped, have to change. But the critical part is that baggage claim area, the whole baggage carousel, that whole stuff there needs major updating. So it's welcoming news to see Turkish Airlines, a major international airlines, are coming to Chicago, here close to Minneapolis. I'm not sure they come to Minneapolis directly, but you can leave from Minneapolis on a United flight to Chicago, Chicago to Istanbul, Istanbul to Monrovia. Hopefully that'll be the route.
So, CEO, I want to agree with Winfred as far as Turkish Airlines solid. Now I applaud the effort at Roberts Field, but Springfield, we need to put a break on that. Springfield, when the country was in dire strait, Liberians invested there, and now they're trying to push that particular partnership out. We should not do that. We should not be a country that consistently put our own people last. Springfield should be continuously run by Liberian professionals because they did a great job when the country was in trouble. And nobody wanted to look at Springfield. Liberians put their money there. So they should let that place be run by Liberians and let Turkish Airlines do their thing at Roberts Field. Liberians must come first if we're going to seriously develop this country. Citizenship.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Dr. Bob. But I think my understanding, at least, is, and there's a whole separate conversation, Stanton, about Spriggs and its value in the entire aviation landscape of the country. But my understanding, Dr. Bropler, is that they were coming to do renovation, but not necessarily to run, except maybe you may have gotten a different information. They were coming to help to provide some resources to update the airport. But if
now that would be good. But they were bidding out. They were bidding out operation of the airport, and they're trying to push out the Liberian.
Okay. All right.
The renovation is great, but the operation should be Liberian. We know to own something. We have qualified Liberian in that particular area. Let them do the job, and let's take pride.
Thank you, Dr. Bobler. Thank you, Dr. Bobler. Thank you, guys. We have not spoken on this, Colonel Akaris Gray. Let's hear you.
Yeah, first and foremost, for the tourism industry, I think it will be a good idea. I believe in the tourism industry. I'm one of those who push it to a greater extent when I was there. And my understanding is that they will be flying via Accra to Liberia, because they already fly into Accra. So they'll be coming to Liberia. It's a good thing, to have a flight straight into Turkey. A lot of Liberians, business people, go to Turkey to buy some materials. The perception in Liberia that they bring materials, more quality materials from Turkey than maybe China. That's what some people say. And it could open a stronger bilateral relationship between the both countries. It's a good idea. And some were talking about handling of your luggage. The RIA has its own issues. But imagine you're flying from Morocco, for example. You come from the USA, transit in Morocco. Most of the luggage will be in Morocco. It's not the problem at the RIA. Most of them will stay back there. Probably the flight is overcrowded, so they leave the baggage. We're having a whole lot doing this Christmas season. You notice that. Okay, not only Morocco, but even Alaska, because the other airline fly into Togo, transit there. But I think for Liberia, that would be nice. And I saw Stanton trying to shut my man down, saying that when he talk about the gold institution or B Mountain and all of those areas, it's an existing fact that faith are complete. But I think it's good for Liberia. When they will start, I don't know. I hope they could start doing this season. It'll be good because a lot of Liberians will want to come in and go out. I think that we have a little bit of competition with Kenya Airlines and Ethiopian Airlines. especially when it comes to going to Eastern Asia. You know, a lot of people fly from here, go to Kenya, go to Ethiopia to fly into Asia. So we hope we can get a market. But the way the structure in it could be good because the hub could be in Accra. So maybe they could get the passengers all of the time. And I hope they can get the passengers. But on the issue of visa that Dr. Bobler said, it's a pure political reciprocity. That the Bobler, Liberia usually doesn't give more than a year visa. You know, Liberia love to get 3 months visa, 6 months visa, 1 year visa, unlike Sierra Leone and other countries. So we have to fix our own area first. In Sierra Leone, you get a US visa for 5 years. In Liberia, they don't give the visa to people coming from the US in more than a year. Even Liberian citizens, they get them 3 months. They get them 6 months. So we have to fix it for whom we had that same issue raised with the US embassy and other diplomatic enclave. They provided the same concern about what Liberia gave to us. Does Liberia give to us 2? Does Liberia give to us 5? They gave us 3, right? They gave us 6. They gave us 1 year. So we have to do that in the diplomatic setting. So I think Liberia has to look at that. On the issue of denial to going to the US, you all know the problem. The entire problem is about how many persons that go there and don't come back. It is an issue, and the Trump policy is very strong. So I don't care how you face it. Denial very hard. A lot of Liberians want to go to the USA. Denial will be extremely hard.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gray. And I don't know what we're doing by Manty on this show. Your man can talk for himself. If he can, he need help, we cannot help him on the show.
Oh man, you are attacking
You are not yet.
We gotta use some bulletproof to stand in between.
I want to say this is a good thing, though. Everybody should just pay attention to this. This is very, very unique to have Turkish Airlines as part of our way of getting to Liberia. And I think Julius Dennis and Stephen Johnson and the rest of them should be given the time to negotiate. I also like to say to you, Dr. Bobler, there's a bid published concerning this Springfield Airport, right? You are calling for Liberians to be part of that deal. But here's my issue. Most often, Liberians sit back. Maybe that's the game people play, right? They publish the bill. They say, okay, you have to go ahead and make your case. Yes, they open it. But then Liberians will sit back. They do not present any document, or sometimes they do present their document, they are denied. But what I'm saying here is that if you know anybody that want to be part of this structure, or if you do, it will be good that they also know. We ask the guys from the LCAA to give us the information and publish it too. If Liberians are interested, they should put forth, right? They should apply. They should be part of the process. But when the government publish it for 2, 3 months, 6 months, and no Liberian take part, now if you give it a foreigner, Emmanuel, and they say, oh, they give it to Liberia. That is open now. It's an open bid, Dr. Bobler. I want to hear from you. We are receiving information that it has been published. So let Liberian come forward.
So you're right, Stanton. That does happen in some cases, not in this case. Actually, the airport will be run by Liberians, and those people are still operating, and they had a lot of documentation that they were supposed to be around a little longer. And then new people are coming in. This Liberian seems to be being pushed aside. So that's not the story here at Springfield. And I'm saying that you have qualified Liberians, you have people who are experts in this area, let them do the job. And here's the thing, if we ever going to move forward and get caught up with countries that are on the up and up, we cannot always look at Liberians and say, oh, you're not qualified. I said on the show before, I'll say again, there has to be intentional effort to bring Liberians up to speed and get us involved. For example, if you got a big deal coming, put the word out to Liberians first. So we'll get you 6 months organized. I've traveled 6 continents. Almost everywhere when I met Liberians, the amount of resource, human resource is tremendous. The resource out there, qualified people with resources. So give Liberians a chance to organize themselves. The other people come here, they use simple strategies, and we can't keep letting that happen. They hold together. So they broke, I don't know what, they borrow from their brother who already established, and then they put their bid in, and to take things that could have been Liberian. Give Liberians the chance. Don't say there's nobody here. If you told Liberians want somebody to run this airport and we'll give you 6 months to get yourself together, present a package that is respectable, that is impressive, Liberians will do that because all the places that everybody on the show know. Those are us who are blessed to have been in other places. Liberia is always part of us. That's our heart. We always will find our way home. So Liberians will want to come and be engaged and be decision maker, influencer, but give them a chance. Stop pushing them aside. And look,
but that a problem, let's be fair. You know, for me, when it comes to let's have some conversation here, sir. I beg you, sometimes the region allow me to interrupt you, sir. The good doctor allow me to interrupt you because sometimes I think we get into this and you take us back into the classroom teaching. That's a problem.
No, I'm not teaching.
No. I just told you. That this thing, yeah, you okay, but give me a chance. Let me just debunk and argue with you small. I love to argue with you because I gain more experience when I argue with you. Allow to write my thesis as well. But let's be frank, Dr. Bobla. You are totally wrong. I just put in the chat room. You are totally wrong when you're saying that I gave Liberians the chance. I am telling you that they have given Liberians a chance. Look at the document. Look at the document here. On what we are talking about Springfield, let me put it in the chat room if it is not in the chat room. They are saying to you, Dr. Bobla, we have published this thing long time. Liberians, Dr. Bobla, put your people together, put your team together. Tell them.
Are you aware who were running the Springfield before now? Before this, are you aware who invested in Springfield?
Dr. Bobla.
Even coming up past the wall, are you aware?
Dr. Bobla, our argument here is they are turning on your page. They open the bidding process out. It's in the chat room. Those that have been running the Springfield, you don't know how they've been running it, Dr. Bobla. You don't know, I don't know. If the government coming for a new position, yeah, they are open to be part of the bidding process. These are the documents. I put it in the chat room. Can you share with them? Can you send them to Julius Dennis? Can you send them to Stephen Johnson? Can you share with them and say, be part of this process? You've been doing it before. It's about time that you go all in. And I think the government will give you priority, yeah. But for you to say that we are neglecting our fellow Liberians, yeah, I'm saying we because I think the government is on the right path to open this or not only to foreign national, but Liberians as well. So your argument is unique. You said, well, they didn't give it to Liberia. Now, yes, these are the documents that I'm showing it to you.
I didn't say they didn't get. I say we should not push Liberians to decide we should prioritize Liberians. That's what I'm saying. And I don't think anybody on this set, will disagree that historically we keep giving. Sometimes we also license plates.
That argument is that it should be
one minute, guys. That Dr. Bobla will come to you from the
all I'm saying is that Liberians should always get first preference. All the developed countries know exactly what they did, and that's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Dr. Bobla, for your argument. But at least we have the document for the bidding process. Vendetta, let's hear you.
So the very document, I'm not a lawyer, but this very document discriminated Liberians. This document is saying they are only interested in international firms. That is an indictment, a deliberate attempt to say we don't want Liberians. So CEO, read the first sentence.
Which one on the page? Let me be very clear.
The Liberian Airport Authority.
No, let's put it up.
The one that says section 1, invitation for bid.
Yeah.
Right in the chat room, the poster in the chat room.
Yeah, I got it. Let's call it go and zoom in. Thank you for bringing that. Vendetta Patrick, wait now. Which page are you talking about?
Section 1, invitation to bid.
What page? Page number 1, right?
The first page, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
Invitation to bid. Yeah.
Okay. Vendetta, go ahead. While we call it and zoom in on it. Go ahead, VP. Talk to us. Make your case.
So it states clearly, Yeah, that the Liberia Airport Authority, pursuant to the Public Procurement Concession Act of 2010, invites eligible international firms, consortia, or joint venture.
Well, the joint venture will be domestic too.
Wait, let him finish.
No.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
I'm teaching that English. They put nobody's teaching them about it.
I beg you, Honorable Gray. Let give our brother a chance. Go ahead, brother.
One will want to ask why the FSA was, if you say a bid, you leave it open. You don't discriminate. You don't tell if international firms are interested, they will apply because they are not, discriminated from applying. If you say international firms in our own country, you are not concerned about the local aspect, the national aspect. You are only concerned about the international aspect. You say international firms, consortia, or joint venture. So in my mind, Liberian who saw there, they say, maybe we may not be encouraged. Even when we apply, the people are very specific about what they want. I give you, for example, the yellow machine. There was nothing of such. They said they are open. They are inviting, companies to bid for the procurement of the yellow machines. Liberian apply, foreigner apply. The Monrovia or the MCC for the waste management contract. They open it up. They said national and international firms. They were definite. But in this one, we did not say national. Only wants directly to say it's open for international firms, consortia, and everything, blah, blah, blah. So my point is, look, there's nothing to be specific. Open it all as it has been done. If you want Liberian to participate, you got to be very intentional. But I see this as a problem.
So let hold you right there. Let's give
the reason why maybe many Liberian deny it.
Yeah, let's hold you right there. I bet it's in the chat room, guys. Let's go through the set, and then we can start, wanting to see now. What are you reading, my brother Winfred Russell? What are you reading on the document, Winfred?
Yes. I'm reading that the procurement method is international competitive bidding. It says it's right there on the top of it. So I think what VP is saying, I don't want to speak for him, but it also, just by reading this alone, it doesn't seem inviting at all. So if you a local firm or had a local consortium that wanted to submit a bid, I mean, this would be discouraging, right? So I guess that's the point that he's trying to make. And if we're going to be try to to include Liberians to be a part of this, we have to be intentional, Stanton. We have to be intentional, and it just reading this bid document, it doesn't appear to be inviting and welcoming to a Liberian firm or a Liberian group. Yeah, maybe that was their intention. It may have been, but it is not articulated in this document. It's not clear in this document, Stanton.
And you know what? This is why I like Spoon Talk. Dr. Boble is very troublesome today. I don't know why. I always observe Dr. Boble when the family is visiting Liberia, he take a radical step, and he's very troublesome today. But what happened is that I think I'll come to you, Brother Chesson. Just hold on 1 minute. I think it's very important for us to know that the point that Vendetta Patrick raised, and I'm speaking with the folks, some of the folks from the LCAA, And they are saying to you, Vendetta Patrick, right? This is both international and national bidding process. This is it. They are saying that your argument that they are not directly pointing to Liberians is true, but Liberians also part of this because they will be discriminating on international firm as well. That's their argument. Hold on, let me finish up, brother. I beg you. Let me talk. I just give you information. I beg you, VP. And I don't know whether this argument will hold water, but you're the Liberian people. Let's read the first page. Maybe the wording, like my brother Winfred Russell is saying, maybe the wording, like Patrick's is saying, that we have some trouble here. The Liberian Airport Authority, LAA, pursuant to the Public Procurement and Concession Act, PPCA, right, of 2010, as amended, invites eligible international firms. And that's where you come in, Brother Patrick, right? Consortia or joint venture to submit. Now, let's look at the or joint ventures to submit seal bid for the PPP, the Public-Private Partnership. I beg you, Jefferson, hold on 1 minute. Dr. Boble, let's look at this joint venture. What I says to you that Liberians also included, right?
Even consortium means Liberians are included. Even the consortium.
Yeah, Dr. Boble, why I say you right there? Let's stick to the wording now. We're playing with words here. You think that these guys saying that Liberian come first, second, third, but also it's open to everybody. You carry the doctor degree now. Talk to us. You are muted, Dr. Boble. You are muted. Can you unmute, please?
Stanton, Liberians can be part of consortia. Liberian can be part of joint ventures. I have more information on this particular bid. Listen, what I'm saying is simply this. When we're doing these things and we already are aware that there are competent Liberians in the industry, you give them first preference. And secondly, you're inviting eligible international firms. Let's not act naive here on this show. In this country, people like that international part because the international people waste no time. They will give you what they need to give you. They will grease your elbow. Liberian businesses are less willing to do that. But if we ever going to get over this hump of beautiful,
yeah, I don't know what happened, Papa. I gotta call my sister to come out.
We got to take. Listen, we got to take the high road. We got to take the high road. Nobody fools anybody. Sovereignty is only a word until you control your economy. And foreigners dominate our economy almost entirely. And every time that's a bid, we always shift to foreigner because they will give you that money quick because they know that we are up for sale.
Let me pick up on that.
We can be up for sale. Let Liberians do it. You said, but that man can drive, been driving a long time. But new driver will learn how to drive, and soon they will be experienced driver.
Let's get to Jefferson real quick. Thank you, Jeff. Let's get you, Jefferson.
Thank you, and so let me just clarify something.
Let's hear other people. I beg you, VP. Jeff, go ahead.
And I want to come in support of Fandela because somebody says international bidding. No, it's a form of bidding. International competitive bidding is a form of bidding, so that's not a problem. But that statement should be clearly stated that they are inviting qualified bidders, not international bidders. No, qualified bidders. Secondly, to tell you that the intent was clear to exclude Liberian bidders. If you go down in a document, they are charging $1,000 for bid document. While it is true that the act has a provision for the cost of bid document, but the act also go against excessive charge. Excessively charging for the bid document is an opportunity to discourage competition and to discourage local firms from participating in the bidding process. And that could be challenged with at the PPCC because the act is clear. Excessive fees could be challenged under the PPCC complaints and appeal mechanism. So that is clear that the intent of that bidding document is to exclude Liberian bidders. It should clearly state qualified bidders, not international, no, just qualified bidders. That means it includes Liberian bidder, international bidder, whatever. So yes, I think they need to revise it. It's a good idea for BOT, yes, but I think they need to revise that document to ensure that there is fair competition in the process to include Liberian companies. Reduce the cost they are charging in that document for bid document. They are charging $1,000. It's excessive.
Yeah, but do we have any standard cost that they should be charging?
Where the act is clear, it should be between anything between $50 to $100. But if it's above that, there should be justification. But it cannot be $1,000. $1,000 is
even hold on 1 minute. Even with $1,000 and they do have justification, then you say it cannot be.
No, $1,000 is excessive.
No, wait.
Binding, just let me learn. The cost.
Let me ask you a question and you will learn. I can't ask you a question and you're interrupting. You're saying that anything above this amount, it should be justified. And if the people justify it, then you said no, it's excessive. Which one we carrying here? Do we have a cap? Do we have a limitation on the amount?
Okay, so listen. The act is saying the cost for building document should be the cost for printing, binding, and distribution. There's no way you will spend $1,000 to print a single bidding document. There's no way.
So my question to you, they didn't put an amount, and this argument that will just waste our time. They can go 5,000, they can go 10,000. Once it is, listen, don't say no. You said it should be justified. Once they can justify it, then they are okay. But you cannot say no. Is there any stipulation? You cannot do more than $200. Is there anything that say that you cannot do more than $500? It says it should be verified. So you said it. So then you said no. But anyway,
the act is clear that there shouldn't be excessive cost of bidding document. The cost of a bidding document should cover the printing and binding of the bidding document. So I want to say the intent was actually to exclude Liberian bidders. I mean, that is clear. I think they need to
let me bring you your senior Combre. Let me bring you your senior Combre. The man that serve as lawmaker and good try. Let me bring you your senior Combre on the show. Akaros Gray. Akaros.
I think, you know, the communication itself, you look at it, created ambiguity. It's just that you got to think about the issue of consultant and joint venture before you plug in Liberians under that. And I think that where Wilfred came from and Patrick also came from. But I want to sound with that about it. Look, what I know is that you guys already know who they want to give this thing to. Sometimes we just do a lot of things. Maybe that Boble is speaking from that standpoint about protecting Liberians or foreigners and believing Liberians can really do this. And the banking system could give Liberians the money, even if they don't have the kind of money to do this. So I think from that standpoint, that the Boble, I don't know, I don't speak for him, but I know very well that they have interest in some international people, some from West Africa and other areas, who have interest in the domestic area of this country when it comes to the airline issue, domestic flights. So the other popular concern is about easily giving kickbacks. Some of these international partners will easily give it. Then the local Liberian, we know each other. You won't just take your money and want to give it to another Liberian. I think that's the standpoint. And I agree with Dr. Boble 100% on that. And I think we should be encouraging Liberians more. And this is very dangerous, where you already know, you know who you're dealing with, and just put it out. The next issue I have is that Western Liberia was not taken into consideration. You got see, they got Harper, they got Zeju, or they got Greenville, but they don't have Rawalsport. Rawalsport used to have an airstrip. So why not Rawalsport? That will serve Bomi County. Okay? That will say, yeah, I'm speaking about Grand Cape County, so don't smile yet. Okay, we're part of the country. So at least it should be geographically balanced, because you got Lofa, you got Vonjiman there, okay, you got Zeju, you got Hapo, you got Sando, but what's about the Western region? So I hope they will consider the Western region, and because a lot of people want to go through our sport. Who knows what next? Maybe a domestic flight could fly from Seven right into our sport and come to Monrovia to the Springfield. That could be a nice thing because for Liberia. So my concern is about the people of Grand Cape County. Patrick, answer you shouldn't talk about
Thank you very much. We gotta go, guys. We gotta go. I bet everyone has spoken.
Yes, let
me go. I beg you. Y'all keep the correction. Let bring in the rest of the guys. It's almost 8 o'clock. I beg you. We'll come to you guys.
I have to leave, man. Please.
Yeah. Go. Great. Thank you, man. I know it's 12 a.m. and you and Dr. go play. Yeah. Thank you, great. Thank you very much for joining. Fubi, let's hear you, Paul Kennedy, and Emmanuel. Then we close the show. Fubi.
Yeah. So Liberians. I think Liberians are also given the opportunity. So I'm a strong supporter of the Liberianization policy, and I will advocate for Liberians any day. So Liberians should also seek partnership with also well-meaning international partners. Where if you have these kind of deals, look out there. You can't just keep doing it the Liberian way, because most of the time people just subject themselves just to the Liberian way and not looking at expanding their reach outside to seek other partnership. Sometimes you alone cannot do it, especially when you don't have the capital. So knock on other doors, bring in other investors like you can work with, and you can have a very big deal. So having this kind of stuff is something good, and we would like to see Liberians to do them. But at the same time, Liberians should take a step further instead of just lean back and say, "Oh yeah, Liberians better run their sense through." We saw the airport. I live around the Springfield area. We grew up there, and some people want to see back to a better standard, and I've always advocated for that. I hope we can see it. But we want to, if Liberians want to engage in the bidding process, they should also take it a step further, not just the regular Liberian attitude. And I hope my talking about the amount. If you want to run a whole airport, I don't think $1,000 bidding fee is something that you shouldn't afford as well, because you're not one Jalo shop you're going to run or without market. It's a whole airport. And also those are things that I think Liberians should look at, step up, reach out to other partners across and see how you can join them and bring them on board and submit a good bid and run the airport. And let's be proud of ourselves doing it, but also tap on whatever resources you can tap on from outside and see how you can also help to make it a better place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paul, let's hear you.
Thank you, Stanton. When you look on the top page, it says the deadline for this submission of this bill was September 12th. I received this. That's the first page. Look, there are 3 pages you put up. I received, there's one more page out there, the last page. Yeah. So when you look on that page, it says the submission for that deadline was September 12th. When I received this bid, it was August 19th. I was in Lagos that time. I talked to a couple of partners who were interested, but the time was too short for that kind of bidding process to even begin to develop the document. By the time my conversation was over with them was on the 25th of August, they said, Paul, today is the 25th. You're telling us about this thing, September 12th. I mean, it's not a realistic timing for us to be able to prepare and submit bid. Another thing they had concern on was the 10 years. If you are going to rehabilitate and renovate 4 airports, some of the airports that you are going to build from ground up, some you're going to work on the terminal, 10 years is too short for them to make that investment. Those were their concern. And we tried reaching out to get feedback. And at the time I was traveling, but because the time was too short, we just dropped it. So if they are telling us now that they are going to reintroduce this and extend the time, they need to let us know so that we can begin to talk to people to get out there. But I think Stanton is just the English. Consortium means anybody on ground, group of people anywhere. Joint venture means anybody on ground, group of people anywhere. So this document does not restrict only to international bidders. I think it's just the grammar in there that they are thinking about. So that's not my concern. My concern is the tenure, the 10 years period too short for investment. If you're going to have to build, train, and operate 10 years, and there's not we did not get a lot of information on the airport usual data. how many planes flying out there? Because one of the things is you got to bring your own airline to some of those airports. So all of those things, they both make other investment. Then you tell them 10 years, it's not something my partners are willing to invest in. So if they are reintroducing this, we can begin to talk to people to see how we can initiate it. But I think it's a good opportunity for Liberians, and we saw it. We went at it, but the time was too short. That was the limitation for us.
Damn, how can they get partnered or worth bidding of debtors? But then they're saying that you cannot pay $1,000 for bidding process, but you get people that
no for us the bidding document was not the bid document.
No, I know now you are talking to that is fake.
It's just the time. The time was too short.
They fake propaganda and are talking to now.
And that's stuff on the point international. You know, man, if you go to Ojoleba or Alava Market in Lagos, you will see a small store. It will say Okechukwu and Son International Market. You know, so they think that at that level. Look, I think I agree with Dr. Brugler on a point that if there are Liberians who have been working that place, I think they should have been given first preference in this deal. They should have been given first preference based on their level of commitment to the country over the years. And again, if that's the process, I think we should go through that process. And it's time, like Paul says, it's time for many of us Liberians. It's difficult, very difficult for us to get together and to form a cooperative and other groups together because we're quick to start fighting each other. But it's time for us to start thinking in that direction, to put our monies together into larger investment and invest within the country in different areas and be part of this kind of competition. It's very important. It's been done in every other country in West Africa, and we Liberians have to reach to that level to be able to work together into an investment cooperative where at the end of the day we'll be able to work with shares. There's a point that Vendetta made, and I would like to end on that point. Yeah, Air Morag is one, for me, in my opinion, is one of the terrible airline you have, especially when it comes to the ground staff. They have no training. The air staff are very wonderful if you fly with them, but the ground crew is very terrible. So personally, I don't ride Air Morag any longer. I don't plan to ride them again. I believe that the ground crew is bad. And if you have an American passport, it's good for you. If you have any other passport, it's terrible. And I think the Liberian government need to negotiate with the government of Morocco to give us a visa on arrival. You know, when you go to Emirates and you fly Emirates and you have 12 hours of delay, they give you visa on the airport and take you to the hotels and bring you back the next day and even take care of you. But you fly Emirates, it's difficult to get visa on the airport. You have to, if you want a fast visa, you can't get it from them because the consulate and embassy doesn't work as other countries work. So I think, I mean, there's something our government need to think about, but they are the worst airline. Then finally, Stanton, looking at this airport thing, I'm really wondering, and the rest of the panelists can help me. Besides Montserrado County, the fastest developing county, in my opinion, is Nima County. And I wonder why we are not critically thinking about building an airport in Ganta to attract people, especially if we have good roads, to attract people in Danane, Man, or Zedekole in Guinea that can come to Liberia to get a flat in that area. I don't see Nima on this plan, but it is the second, in my opinion, Nima is the second fastest growing economic city or county outside of Montserrado County. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do it when the next government comes to power. Right now, we are clouded with a lot of stuff, and please don't add Nima there. We'll wait for the vice president when he become president. And, you from Nima, and he will open that corridor. Right now, you can't move. Leave me alone, leave me alone.
No, I just want to say I agree with Emmanuel. That's an opportunity in Nima. It's an opportunity. And I think that particular region, that county in particular, could sustain that kind of operation. I think it's an opportunity, something that the government need to look into.
You're right. I want to say thanks to all of you. Thanks for joining us on this beautiful 22nd day of October. There's somebody's birthday out there. We want to say happy birthday to whosoever celebrating the birthday. We want to appreciate Dr. Boplet, Dr. Emmanuel George, my brother Paul Kennedy, Vandela Patrick, Winfred Russell, Jefferson Chesson. Kano left us. I believe he had an emergency. The Akaris Mostly Gray, our producer. Nelson, can you come on, please?
Yeah, but Stenta, I have a critical correction.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. You know, everything we like to politicize it, and too bad Representative Gray is not here at the moment, but they just wanted to correct something that he said earlier, almost like it was some sort of conspiracy. Now, many of you may or may not know of a UN agency called the IATA, okay? So in the Republic of Liberia, there are 12 official airports with IATA codes, meaning that you can fly from Atlanta, you can fly from Minnesota, from Japan, from anywhere, and go to those airports, whether they're runway there or not. And the official IATA recognized airports, there was none of them in the western part of the country. I don't know why. This stuff was established back in the 40s or whatever. I mean, Liberia was a founding member of the IATA. So, and there is an airport in Ganta, but it's not an IATA recognized airport in Ganta. It's by the United Methodist Mission School there. They used to take flights there. But there was an airport in Nimba, official recognized airport in Nimba. So when former Representative Gray made it seem like there was some sort of conspiracy that they left out the western part of the country, that's the answer to that. That was just not the case, because there's nowhere in the western part of the country, in Kitmount or Bapolu, or in Kitmount, that has a recognized IATA airport. You can't just go and just clean somewhere and say, well, this place is going to be an airport. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't work that way. But that's the correction I wanted to make, Stanton. Thanks.
I mean, I seriously, this is scary. Akaris Gray come up with this false information, and you have to correct him. Folks are getting concerned about Gray. You are quite correct. I'm trying to put out the listed airport name because while you were speaking, someone sent this to me as well. Let me put it up real quick. So Akaris Gray, my own friend and brother, if he felt within himself the people of his region need an airport, he should have pushed for that since 12 years under his regime. Akaris Gray, I think he realized a lot of stuff now that he would do if he get back, if he get back in the House of Representatives. Because you cannot sit down and say, yeah, I mean, the people doing this, but Akaris Gray, I think he's singing that song. I can see clearly now, the rain is gone. I think that's the music Akaris Gray was singing, because yeah, I can know the obstacle in my way.
Good night, everybody.
No, that's a problem. Wait, you brought the trouble on us. That's a problem. Wait, I think you got a problem.
Paul, where's Bella Yala?
Bella Yala is in Bapolu County.
So there's an airport there. There's an IATA recognized airport there.
Yeah, that was only established for the prisoners. You know that where they used to carry the prisoners.
Yeah, I mean that's what. So let's go ahead. These are the recognized IATA. You are right, my brother. You got Buchanan Airport, you got Lamco Airport, you got Harper Cape Palmer's Airport, right? You have the Foya Airport, Greenville Sando Airport, Roberts International Airport, Spring Payne Airport, Nima Airport, Saston Airport. How they call it, Shane or Tishin Airport, Benjamin Airport. Okay, so there you have it, though. There you have it. They are recognized airport in all these places. So thank you for bringing it up, and I think Akaris Gray will not come back to defend himself, because this too is Liberia. Dr. Poplar, the Honorable Dr. Poplar, I want to say to all of you, man, research is very, very important.
No, but I think Akara still has an argument. The argument
Okay.
is that
So
the
Dr.
Western
Poplar,
region
let's excuse Dr. Poplar
does
first. We'll
not
come
have
back.
an
Let's
airport.
excuse a good doctor. Paul Kennedy, your physician assistant. This is a doctor, a real doctor. Let's excuse him. Dr. Poplar, thank you very much. Have a good night. I want to say thanks to all of you. It's been a good show. My brother, the chief, Fubi Harris, thank you a lot. Tomorrow we'll be having a wonderful show. Don't forget the ANC convention is coming up. And we do believe that our friend and brother Emmanuel G.K. George, I don't want to be partial. I'm trying to get him and Leo Mensah here on Thursday by God's grace to discuss issue. But we just do believe that Emmanuel going to win because Emmanuel have everything it takes. And every ANC member I have spoken to, with the exception of Moneyball, Monica Shen, they are, they're appreciating and they will be voting for Emmanuel George. I think Emmanuel going to get this thing in the landslide. But that's the ANC argument. We just want to say it's good to have you. The man said you have a question, internet went off. God is so good to us. God is so good to the network. Anybody that won't bring opposition, the internet went off. Winfred Russell, thank you very much. JJC, as always, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
I have a question. Whether we can have a debate for those people?
What? I'm
saying if it is possible for us to have. There you go. Are you hearing me now?
You good?
I'm suggesting if it was possible to have a debate among those who running to be chairman for ANC on this platform. So that
that's what I said on Thursday. That's why I say I'm speaking to I'm recording Mr. George, Dr. George, and Leon have agreed that they can come and just share their ideas. But the goal is just for the ANC unity in this process. It's not to attack each other. They're trying to see who best will be able to lead the ANC team here in America and other part of the world, because they feel within themselves that they can do it. There's a great men and women in ANC. And I think that it would just be good for them to explain this thing, how they will work with Mr. Cummings to build our party and get them ready for 2029. And I think if they do agree, we'll have them here on Thursday. Joseph Chessin, thank you very much, my brother, my friend. V. Patrick, Mr. Reed Group, thank you very much. It's always good to have you guys. Nelson Kula, today Nelson didn't fall asleep. He was trying to. I keep on pushing him, keep on texting him, keep on calling him. So I get the thing, Nelson. We'll have to call. Nelson, tomorrow is what day? Tomorrow is Thursday, right?
Yeah, tomorrow is Thursday.
So tomorrow you'll be at the session, right?
Oh yeah, we're gonna be there early. Very early. The media has some engagement with the so
the media get engagement with the protest.
Yeah.
Oh, Yombly?
Yeah.
Oh, tell Yombly hello for me. The media get engagement with Yombly, my guy. Tell Yombly hello for me. We're not calling Yombly a long time. But we'll face it. I want to say thank you very much, Nelson Colette. It's always good seeing you. To all of you out there, folks, we want to appreciate you. We discussed the good, we discussed the bad, and we discussed Liberia. We hope this government can use this medium as a way to advance their agenda and help improve. And, when you talk about some of the missteps in government, that we all can have a beautiful Liberia. We have come on the show and will come continuously with open minds to discuss the issue. I respect the opinion of the guys. We laugh, we joke, and we try to make Liberia better, the best way we can. So till we meet again, may God bless you. May God keep you. And may God bless our country. Have a wonderful, wonderful good night. Thank you, Nelson. Good night.
Yes, sir. Have a good night as well, sir. Well, I want to say thank you to everyone for being here tonight. It's been a good show today. Thanks to everyone following on radio 101.1, Fabric Radio 107.5, Spoon FM, or 95.5 Super. We appreciate you. Thanks to the Voice of Liberia 104.1, in Monrovia, in Bone County, in Margibi County, in Lofa County as well for relaying. Thanks to Trust FM in Bombing, Premier FM in Bong, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalaman in Seklipi, Nimba County, and all of the other stations. that will most times relay the program even without telling us. We appreciate you. And I want to say thanks to our online audience as well. The many of you joining us here on our social media handles on Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, and Super TV on Facebook. We appreciate you. Thanks to the folks joining us on YouTube as well. Our YouTube handle, Spoon Talk Live. In case you haven't subscribed to our YouTube handle, please try to do so. We appreciate you for watching this show from there as well. A few of you stay here with us. Let me recognize Telvin Payne, O.P. O'Neill Johnson, Pierre Kimball, George Morris Jr., Sam, Rennie Siafa, Philip Ballard, and just all of you joining us tonight. You took up your time to watch Spoon Talk. We appreciate you for being here. Your contribution is so much appreciated. Amos Moses Weaver, Johnson, Melvin Tamba, and Nathaniel K. Hill, Lincoln Morris. Thanks to everyone for joining us tonight. Yede Google, we appreciate you. Edward Talu, thank you for being here with us. Hassan Soiree, we appreciate you as well. And we look forward to being here tomorrow with another edition of Spoon Talk. Until then, my name is Nelson Collet. Have a good night, everyone. And let's hope we can be here tomorrow to discuss Liberia, as the CEO and the rest of the team will be here to bring you a good show. To bring you a good show tomorrow. The CEO and the team will be here. But have a good night, folks, and bye-bye for now. Sorry for that. Let me make a quick adjustment here. Okay.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South, man. On the beat. To get your information, to the food, to be my section. Spoon navigation. Spoon.